Yeah, it's stream time. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Here I am. It's Wednesday. Oh my god. I'm fucking knackered. But welcome in everybody. Welcome in Cynthia. Welcome in How to Pay. Welcome in the Orrery. Welcome in Half a Laptop. Welcome in Rob Arts. Welcome in It's a Mammal. Welcome in Dave Warnock. Welcome in Goblin Hugger, Conquest of Cornbread, Smutty Baba Yaga. What's going on? Look at Dave. Look at Dave there in the chat. Can't see you. Like, yeah, I know. I know. That's part of the, that's what, look, I could do that. I could do this. I could do that. I could be like, oh, look at me here. But you can't see me, obviously. But I'm talking. It's like production value. Do you know what I mean? I know you can't see me. This is like the bit at the start of the show when a comedian goes, no, I don't forget. No, I never forget. No. Right? It's like the bit at the start of the comedian, you know, like a comedy, whatever. You don't care, do you? Anyway, hello. Who else is here? There's some other people here as well. 19 Clockwork Fish, hello. Beldin 28, hello. Adrenaline, how are you? Mark Salmons, yeah, welcome to the stage. Exactly. I'm on the stage now. That's what's happening. How are we all doing, everybody? What's going on? Orrery asked us, the chat, how we're all doing. And it was quite funny because It's a Mammal responded with tired. And literally everybody that I've spoke to today, bear in mind that's only 3 people. My partner, my mate, and someone else in the chat who said I'm tired, have all said that they're tired. I'm fucking knackered today. Blumhouse, what's going on? Welcome in, hello. How's your day been? It's been good, you know. So I woke up pretty early. My sleeping schedule's all fixed now, so that's great. I woke up pretty early, had the plumber in, because basically our fucking landlord's got to sort out the bathroom. The bathroom has been leaking into the downstairs flat. Turns out the bathroom needs a whole fucking redo, so now I've got to basically like not use the shower. So I've just got to have baths. Which is dead weird because I have baths. If I'm having a particularly bad day or if I'm sick, I'll run a bath and I'll have a bath, right? And that's fine, yeah? But having a bath every day, that's like my granddad. That's what my granddad does. My granddad doesn't have showers, he has baths. And I'm like, and you know, they're dead old school about it. Like, they'll save the water and everything. Like, my granddad will have a bath, clean his arsehole, all that shitty arsehole, bum crumbs everywhere. You know, all sweat, all horrible stuff, whatever he's been putting his hands in all day. You know, left the water in for you, love. Oh, yeah, thanks. But anyway, that's my, you know, that's what they do. But like, it's like my granddad, like, that's what I'm doing now. Madness. So that's what's happening. Yeah, so that's been fine. Apart from now, I've got to have baths. Clean the whole house, the whole flat. That's all great. That's feeling good. Feeling good and feeling nice. I've just got a bit more to. I've got this room to do and the hall, and that's pretty much it. And then I've got to do the floors. I have a Hoover and a mop, and that's that. Yeah, boomer baths, love it, absolutely love it. House confirmed moving back to the Midlands. That's really good. Know any good renting unions in Nottingham? No, I don't. And in fact, when people have spoken to me about Nottingham, they've said the only people there are Acorn, and Acorn aren't the best. So I can't really, I don't know. We will probably help you if you're in Nottingham, if you get onto Manchester Renters Union, to be honest. But I think that's something that I want to bring up at the next committee meeting. I'm going to bring up the fact that we need to be getting in touch with places that don't have renters unions and advising them how to start their own union. I think that's something that we're gonna do in the near future. Hopefully we can figure that out. But if you do have any issues, if you are in like Nottingham or whatever, and you do like have an issue with a landlord or something, absolutely join the Manchester Renters Union. We might not be able to provide support to you in terms of like, you know, turning up, eviction resistance and stuff like that, but we will certainly be able to give you like, you know, advice and help you with a dispute. Hello, Porcelain Giant. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hello, Elsimon. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Doing arts and totally overhyped in your head for some reason. Yeah, ADHD moment, right? Yeah, I feel that, honestly. So yeah, that was good. Went to the Turkish bath today. Turkish bath? What the fuck am I talking? What the fuck is that? Turkish bath? People are going to be watching thinking like, what's he on about? He's lost his mind. And you'd be right, because I have lost my mind. But that happened before this. What was it? Turkish barber. That's it. Do you remember what I was on about? Do you remember? Emmy Spoons. I'm so glad you came into the chat so that I could do that. I've been reading your tweets in the wrong accent. What accent have you been reading my tweets in? Turkish bath and barber. Imagine that. If I went to a Turkish bath and a Turkish barber. That would be a great day. A fancy day, wouldn't it? Hello, Thoristar. Lurking a bit today. Hope you're all good. I hope you're good as well. You're welcome. I'd prefer not to say. Just say it. It's fine. Don't matter. I'm not going to be offended. It's just going to be funny. Did you think I was going to talk like this because I'm from England? Is that what it was? Brooklyn firefighter? What? You didn't know it was from England? That's fucking well funny. That's so funny. Do I post like an American? Do I do American posting? How does that happen? Hey, I'm walking over here doing posting on the fucking internet, eh? I don't, how is it? Is that right? I kind of went like Canadian at the end. Hey, I'm from Brooklyn. I'm doing posting on the internet. Maybe it's the cap in my profile picture. I do look like a Brooklyn hipster. I'll give you that. With the beard and the hat. Yeah, good point. You know? Yeah, snapback cap with the beard. Yeah, good point. Good point, Emmy. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. Look at this. Look at this. What a first-time chatter, everybody. How good is that? Bringing in some comedy. Bringing in, you know, some relatable humor. Love that. Brilliant. You're gonna fit in. That's how I feel right now. Didn't know you were from England. Brilliant. Back to American Mule already. I know, yeah, look at this. You think that's funny? Wait till you see this. Right, I've got to get the full bit. Hang on. Right, and I've got two versions of this.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg.
Oh my god. Emmy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Look, I've got two versions of this one now. I didn't even realize I've got two versions of this one. Oh, fuck, I nearly dropped one of the versions. Right? Now, this is bad enough, isn't it? That's bad enough. Right? But what about this? Oh. Try and take my guns, brother! Look at this one. Look at this one. Right? Look at that. And then also, this one. Both of these are bad. Facebook Uncle Mule, that's right. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that make the freaking frogs gay. Right? Tactical glasses, that's right, Kamisaka. Hello. And thank you, I think someone just followed. Thank you for the... Changes the entire look so much, doesn't it? It's so bad. This is why I need to go to the barber. This is why I need to go to the Turkish barber, get it proper... Emmy, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for subscribing. Listen. That's why I need to go to the Turkish barber and get it done. I went there today. Listen, I'm trying to finish thoughts. Do you have any idea what it's like to have ADHD and be a streamer? It's mental. Almost Elise, hello, welcome to the stream. Yes, that is what that look implies, that I am a racist. So there you go. What I missed? Andy's in the chat. Mule, there was a ghost happening at my work today, and I know this is all caps. I need to know what you mean by that, because sometimes people take the piss out of the fact that I believe in ghosts. So I don't know if Andy's having a laugh here today, or if he's finally been served the justice of karma, in that now he's had a scary ghost experience and he's questioning everything in his life. And now, the turns have tabled, haven't they, Andrew? Haven't they? Isn't it? It's scary. It's not scary. I mean, it is scary. It's scary. And it's not something that you want to believe. Anyway, whatever. Shafiq, hello. How's it going? Thanks for the follows. What's happened? Has someone retweeted my stream or something? What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting like loads of follows. What happened? Someone tweeted a video, whatever. It doesn't matter. Welcoming everybody. It's good to see you. Thank you for all the support. Right, listen, I missed something else in the chat as well. There's something else that I've missed. What is it? What is it? Yes, that's right. We've got some streamers here that deserve a shout out. And I'm going to do a couple for you, Shafiq. I'm going to do I'm a Coconut. And I'm going to do... Who else was it now? Goblin Hugger. Everybody go follow Goblin Hugger. I'm a Coconut. Lovely. Shafiq, can you please shout out Dave Warnock? And there's someone else that I want you to shout out as well. Who else is it now? Someone else was in here a bit. Is it someone? No, I think I might be making that up. No, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Just do thingy for me. That'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Just Dave. Yeah, brilliant. Right, okay. Great bigot accent. Yeah, thanks. Just need a fush. A fush? I just need a fish. Anyway, listen, that was the thought I was trying to get to, right? I went to the Turkish barbers. Really, really cool. Really, really great. It only cost 38 quid to get it all done. Basically, like, what they do is I don't think they have cotton wool buds on fire and put them on your ears. I think they wax your ears. That's what he was saying. Get them waxed and shit like that. Right? And they'll trim my beard and they'll give me a cutthroat shave, all that, under ear and all that. Right? So very excited to get a Turkish shave, proper Turkish shave. So that's going to happen in the next few weeks, probably after Halloween, because on Halloween we're doing the Gandalf 8-hour spooky game scary stuff. Yeah, and I got my code through for Scorn today, so be on the lookout for some Scorn content next week. I'm going to be playing that. Very excited, very excited. I've been looking forward to that game for ages. Now, some other stuff. Bingus winners. If you're a Bingus winner, I've DM'd you today, even though I said I'd do it last week, and I'm very sorry. Choose your game. It will be in your Discord DMs. I've sent you the big list of games. Choose your big, beautiful game, and I will send it to you. All right? There you go. And what else? This week, Saturday at 6 p.m. UK time. 6 p.m. British summertime. It's still British summertime. Put it in your diaries. It's movie night. It's big, scary movie night. We're doing The Thing and we're doing Hellraiser. Back to back. It's a double feature. That's happening this Saturday. So be there, get in the Discord. It's going to be very exciting. I love those films. We just watch films and we chat shit about them, basically. It's a good laugh. So that's that. What else have I got to tell you? Important stuff. I can't remember. Don't know. Hello, Emmy Faye. How are you doing? What's going on? Yeah, it's not updated. Sorry. Let me update movie night now. A little bit of admin, just real quick. But chat, I've got a, strangely enough, structured stream for you today. Right? Go on, Andy. You tell the ghost story while I tell everybody what's going to happen in the stream today, right? You do that. You get that. Try and put it in one chat message, though, because it might get lost. Do you know what I mean? And that'll be annoying. So what have we got here? Movie night command. Let's edit that. Saturday. What's the date on Saturday, gang? Saturday the of October at 6 p.m. BST. We're watching The Thing, 1982. I think it's 1982. I might be wrong. And Hellraiser, which I think is 1987. Pretty sure it is. Brilliant. 15th of October, thank you very much. Okay, the movie night command will work in now. Okay, there you go. Let's try it out. Anyway, chat, right. Actual structured stream for you today. Have you ever been on dating apps? Chat. Let's get an idea of how many people in the chat have been on dating apps. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been on dating apps. Put a 2 if you haven't. Like, you know, when I say have you been on it, like, you know, in the last few months, in the last few years, you know. Okay, a lot of 1s, got a 2 there, a couple of 2s, few 2s. Yeah, I echo that sentiment. Elsie, yeah. Hey, Julia, how's it going? Hey, Purple Apple. Got a couple of 2s. Okay, well, that's good. So some of you then won't know about what it's like navigating through some dating apps, right? Literally too old, been married than when they were, been married longer than when they were a thing. Yeah, that's fine. What are we rating? You're not rating anything. Don't worry about it. It's fine. No one's rating anything. Sarah the Green Ranger, hello, welcome in. 2 as well. 1 but never had the confidence to make a date. Oh yeah, that shit's hard. We're not going to be talking about that or anything like that today. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be joining the wonderful Tara Mooknee in her video, which is called Can You Escape Politics on Dating Apps? And I think that this is a really good thing to talk about because as leftists, obviously, you know, we should all be thinking about the people that we're, you know, potentially going to date on dating apps and whatnot. And it's going to be, yeah, here's a link to the Discord, Sarah. There you go. Because, of course, it's very difficult, right? For example, on dating apps, yeah, depending on what kind of dating app you're on, you might find someone that's, like, really cool, really hot, love it, but they're, like, apolitical, right? They're apolitical, you know? Blumhouse says, could you bang a Tory? Listen, this is a thing that I've considered many, many times, but, like, it's just not possible. Like, I've thought about this, like, a lot, right? I've thought about this a lot, because it's like, you know, I think that you can have, like, an opinion on someone's aesthetic appearance, right? Like, you could say that someone is you know, pretty. You could say that someone's pretty or someone's beautiful or someone's handsome or whatever, right? Based on their appearance, based on what your preferences are in appearance. But at the same time, doesn't matter if that person is pretty to me or handsome or anything like that. Like, I absolutely could not. Like, Milo Yiannopoulos, for example, is exactly the kind of man that I would go for, right? He's exactly the kind of guy. He's sort of twinkish, you know what I mean? He doesn't have any facial hair. He just, you know, he's just like got like, you know, a nice sort of look to him. But there's absolutely no way I would ever even dream of it because he's disgusting. He's a disgusting bastard, right? It just anything like that where Tories are like, you know, like, yeah, it just puts me off immediately. Like, you know, I just couldn't, no way. So yeah, I think it's an important thing for people to think about because you get a lot of right-wingers complaining that, like, left-wingers have, like, in their bios, you know, no Tories. And it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's like, why would you be mad at that? Like, that's just a personal preference. I've seen in some conservative people's dating profiles, no liberals or like no lefties and shit like that. So it's just stupid. Anyway, let's check out the video. Tori would never bother to give you a good orgasm. Right, well, that's a thing too, isn't it? You know what I mean? So listen, gang, you know the score. Give Tara's video a like. Give it a share. I'm going to drop it in the chat right here. Get that playing in another tab alongside the stream. Mute it. Subscribe, like, leave a comment. Tara deserves all your love. She's a great content creator. And we're going to check it out. We're going to have a little look. Listen, we're in the politics section. So be prepared. Might get some weirdos popping in the stream. But yeah. Let's see what Tara's got to say about dating and politics on dating apps. Hey, Echo Baz, what's going on? Welcome in. I don't know, man. The Tories seems to be pretty good at fucking the working class. Tish, haha. Is it extra based if I already watched and upvoted? No, that's just normal based. It will be extra based, right? If you just did it again. Just do it again, you know. Anyway, it's interesting how it's cishet men who are so aggrieved by women saying no Tories. Like, yeah, you're proving them right to avoid you by acting like the only thing you care about is looks. Right, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Right, okay, let's take a look at the video.
Swipe to the left. Swipe to the right. Crisscross. Well, apparently there's no crisscrossing anymore. You know, a crisscross the political aisle.
A dating app for all of us conservatives.
Apparently politics have become so partisan that people won't even date someone with different beliefs about human rights.
You'll start off by building your perfect profile.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? It's about human rights. It's not about, like, you know, like, for example, me and my partner, we have various disagreements about, like, certain subjects, like certain topics within the left, right? Within the, like, the left sphere of, like, politics, right? And I have disagreements with my friends about stuff like that. And it is possible to have, you know, it literally is possible to have different opinions with friends as long as it's not about human rights or whether, like, a certain person who, you know, is marginalized deserves to exist and stuff like that, right? So nonsense that they would say, oh my god, we need a dating app just for us because these woke lefties, they have different opinions and they can't handle it. It's nonsense. It's a nonsense argument. Hey, Sarah Sang, how's it going? Welcome in.
No pronouns necessary.
Isn't that bonkers? This is a totally new thing. In a study published in 2017 by Stanford University, it concluded that people sought out like-minded people on dating apps. It appears as if in the contemporary period, political orientations directly affect the social relationships people seek to form, which results in increased political homogeneity in formed relationships.
Hey, Martin XS, what's going on?
To amplify polarization through the creation of homogenous social networks and households. Yeah, no shit, dude. Bloody academic. Just say the thing. You guys are so verbose and annoying that people are now coming to us YouTubers for their information.
I fucking love Tara so much. She's right. She's literally right. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Fun fact, there's a dating app for vegan and vegetarian people, but you still see left, progressive, conservatives, religious people on there. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, I don't think that is that shocking, like Almost Elise says, because you can get, surprisingly, some conservative people who are vegan. You know, they tend to be the worst vegans, to be honest. Because it's like, you know, they're absolutely against, you know, the treatment of animals and how animals are treated in animal agriculture and stuff like that. Oh, but forget it if it's, you know, the rights of Palestinians. You know what I mean? That's why conservative dating app makes no sense to you. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Hey, B-Rap. And hello, Cyberquaker. Yeah, this video is awesome. You met one of your partners on OkCupid a few years ago when you entered the polyamory scene. Feel like you got lucky, considering how poorly your other online dating experiences went. Look, even without the politics, online dating experiences suck in general, right? Just so bad. It's just like one of the worst, you know, face-to-face stuff is always so much better. Like if you make friends with someone face-to-face and then that escalates into something more, that's always the best scenario, isn't it? Like for most people who've experienced dating in that way, it's the best way to do it. Dating apps, it's very informal. Don't even get me started on men on dating apps. Fucking hell, women are amazing. Still difficult to get something sorted, right? But anyway, it's absurd.
By the way, I'm a compulsive liar, except when it comes to the cow. Speaking of, my name is Tara Mooknee, and this is the only channel on YouTube where all videos are written and produced by a cow.
That's right.
She won't be in the video today because she's actually at a rally where Bernie Sanders is speaking. How cool is that?
And I want to convey to you my belief that millions of working people throughout this country are proud of what you are doing. They're proud of your fight for justice, and we stand with you.
That was in the UK, by the way. He came to the fucking UK.
I'm
Madness.
so jealous. But if you like and subscribe, she might appear in the next video. So yeah, it's not exactly a revelation that people don't want to date their political opposite. You want a relationship with someone whose values align with yours. It's common sense, right? It would be like you were speaking a different language. You know when you're sat in a cafe in Paris and you're reading Susan Sontag's notes on camp and then you spot the most gorgeous woman you've ever seen and she's French. You then invite her over to your table to strike up some conversation, but alas, hello darling, fancy a cuppa? Rip bong, you can only speak English. She then gets the ick and runs off. Oh, I've dropped a clanger. What a cock-up. Today's video is sponsored by Babbel. What I like about Babbel is that it has short, 10-minute interactive lessons.
No. Sorry, sorry, Tara. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Opposites shouldn't date because I've already done so on my
That was a good ad. It was a good ad. It sucked me right in. But we're moving on.
Raising Hell with my friend Jordan Teresa. In this episode, we break it down issue by issue on whether we date people with different views on human rights, the importance of voting, climate change, COVID responses, and many more. We also settle the issue on whether we'd hate a conservative if they were hot.
Do we say it at the same time?
That's literally what someone said in the chat earlier. Would you bang a Tory? It's not like, you know, been... Listen, people think of all sorts of weird shit, right? And one of the weird things that I've thought about in the past was like, would I get with a Tory to make them fall in love with me and then leave them and say that it's because they're a Tory and they should be a communist? But of course, I would never do that because that's extremely manipulative. But it's not been out of the realm of something that I've thought about. It's a fucked up thing to think about, and you should never do that. Don't fuck with people like that, but I have thought about it.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, no.
A conservative? Inside of me?
I could change them. I could change them.
In this economy? Does being a Tory mean I'm not woke enough for love? How could
Tories
I
are
date
totally
a
into
boy
that.
who treated my right-wing persuasion as if it was chlamydia? They were wrong to do that, Charlotte. Chlamydia is much easier to get rid of.
Hate divided,
Some might
yeah,
say
that's right.
Petty and cry about it, but here's some advice from Auntie Tara. Be as picky and petty on dating apps as you like. If someone being a Potterhead is a litmus test for you, I support you. If seeing entrepreneur in someone's bio makes you go, yeesh, I support you. If a guy's whole profile is photos of him doing stand-up and that gives you the ick, I support you. And if you exclaim loud and proud, never kissed a Tory, I support you. I extra support you because seeing the coping in response is very entertaining. The left love to boast that they've never
Hey,
kissed
Amber
a
System,
Tory.
what's going
There's
on?
just one small problem. Conservatives aren't offended by the claim on Lucy Powell's t-shirt. They're merely wondering how she knows it's true. Oh, sweet little Michael Deacon, didn't you know? We can tell.
Cheese It Boob in the chat says, Happy Indigenous Day every day. Native Americans are the only people that matter ever. And, you know, if that was someone that I knew that was a native person, an indigenous person, I'd know that they were like joking, but I don't know you. I've had a look at who you're following. on Twitch, and I can't make any fucking sense of it, you know, whatsoever. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe try again tomorrow. You know, well, yeah, it was yesterday. Indigenous Day was yesterday. So, you know, it's like saying Happy Indigenous Day every day. Yeah, I could get behind that, but, you know, sort of, yeah, the vibe check is inconclusive on that one. Like, if you're just taking the piss, cheese it, boob, that's fine. Feels like a weird bait message, do you know what I mean? Trying to get, you know, me to say something like, oh, well, hang on a minute, like, you know what I mean? Like, other people, as well as Indigenous people, do matter as well, as if that's some kind of a known, and then clip that, which is probably, if that's what they've probably done that already, clip that, put it on live stream fails and be like, look, djmuel's a racist, you know? So, vibe check inconclusive. But yeah, Happy Indigenous Day for yesterday. I did actually forget to say that, because I always get confused about the fact that fucking, you know, there's 2 Thanksgivings, isn't there? Which is not Thanksgiving, it's Indigenous Day. But yeah, I kind of fucking slept on that yesterday, so apologies. Happy Indigenous Day for yesterday. I watched an amazing stand-up this morning. Alice Fraser, she was making fun of men that do stand-up. I can't relate to women, mostly because I don't respect them. What? Oh, she was like saying that a man would say that, yeah. Yeah. I was with someone for over like a year until your 20s, until they voted against gay couples being able to adopt. That was the easiest breakup of my life. Jesus Christ, that's so annoying. You slept with someone in college who later became a Trump supporter. Listen, I think that that's fine. I think that that's understandable. Like, listen, if you sleep with someone in college, like, you know, or university, whatever, like, you know, and you're basically still fucking young. You're basically still kids at that point, aren't you? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, of course people's shit is going to fucking change. Of course people's opinions are going to change later on. October 11th is Indigenous Day, seriously. Yeah, that's right. And then again on whatever day it is for the USA Thanksgiving thing. So, yeah.
Rather than discussing how political opposites won't date, I'm more intrigued by the responses to people who identify.
Someone said to me they could change a person that is asexual. And when I told him off, he said, don't go all left wing on me. Right. Don't go all left wing on me. AKA, you know, don't go all anti-abuse and anti-rape, I guess, on me. That is disgusting. That's one of the most disgusting things ever. And apparently my green screen is fucked. Right.
As moderate or apolitical on
that is
dating
nasty.
apps.
Conversion therapy
people,
vibes, yeah.
These labels are an issue.
Well, you know, it's like when straight dudes are like, oh yeah, I could turn a lesbian and shit like that. It's just such a absolutely ridiculous idea, you know? Oh, the insane left are trying to cancel rape now. When will the madness end? Can't even sexually assault anyone anymore.
And by some people, I mean myself and the small circle of people I hang out with.
Come into my echo chamber. Here, there's lots of little gay people who love you.
I was inspired to investigate this when a friend of mine highlighted
could turn the stomach
of having to identify as a liberal on Bumble when you're actually a leftist. At least at the time, Bumble now has a left option.
Wait.
So I did something.
Oh, well, I'm not really on
data
Bumble anymore.
Science, and I asked my Twitter peers, which is a bigger turnoff on dating apps, apolitical or moderate? And here were the results. Apolitical won the majority with 56.2% and moderate with 43.8%. And there were more than 4,000 votes. So that's my study. Call me Professor Mooknee. What intrigued me about the replies was that there wasn't a super clear consensus on what apolitical and moderate mean.
Right,
Firstly,
exactly.
Let's dissect the term.
Like, how would you know? Like, when I see moderate on Hinge, I'm like, well, they could be moderate left or they could be moderate right. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? So I'm always crossing off on Hinge for that. I just don't know.
Hello, me old chum.
Hey, buddy Bebop, what's going on? Welcome in. And also, thank you for the follow.
Apolitical. Its definition states a disinterest in politics, a detachment, shall we say, which could lead one to a few conclusions. Firstly, a charitable interpretation would be that a person is apolitical because they don't engage
Could
with
be
politics
moderately
enough to
insane.
actively speak on it.
Listen, I'm gonna be more insane than they are if they're moderately insane, so that's fine.
Secondly, they might have a sense of apathy and hopelessness, so they choose to disengage with politics.
Right.
Which is somewhat understandable, but an awfully smug and superior attitude towards something that is
Yes.
unequivocally important. Thirdly,
agree.
they don't care about politics because it doesn't affect them.
Yep.
A rejection of curiosity, perhaps. And this is a problem for people looking to date. In 2020, more than 500,000 OkCupid users said that they wouldn't date someone who didn't vote. This is considerably more important to women than
Okay, that's upsetting, because lots of anarchists don't vote, right?
it is to men, which, when you think about it for more than 5 seconds, isn't at all surprising. The common conclusion from this is that women are just more directly impacted by the outcome of elections. Take, for example, how women of colour are overrepresented in minimum wage jobs. The personal is political. So if you are a politically engaged woman who dates men, seeing them identify as apolitical is a real punch in the gut. I think it's extra frustrating when you're on dating apps and you see educated men who, you know, are bankers, doctors.
In my immediate area, moderate means not
well-travelled,
overtly fascist, right?
identifying as apolitical. I just think it takes a lot of hubris, really. It's kind of like they're saying, look at me, I'm earning so much money and living such a great life that I don't need to think about all that. The pause. But even in casual dating, politics does matter. I want to know a person's opinion on abortion and contraception and slut shaming.
A quick rant about.
Honestly, the fact that Roe versus Wade got overturned kind of makes me feel like we went back in time 50 years and women just lost their rights. So kind of fucked up, honestly.
To make it worse, his profile states he has a moderate political view.
Now, what about moderate? What even is a moderate? Well,
Wait, I don't understand that. What just happened? Did I not hear what he said?
on abortion and contraception and slut shaming.
A quick rant about.
Honestly, the fact that Roe versus Wade got overturned kind of makes me feel like we went back in time 50 years and women just lost their rights. So kind of fucked up, honestly.
To make it worse, his profile states he has a moderate political view.
Now, what about moderate? What even is a moderate? Well, it depends who you ask and where they live. Typically, it means someone who rejects...
The girl is pro-forced birth. Yeah, I think that's... I got confused. I was like, what? Performative feminism kind of guy? I don't know. I think it depends. I think it depends, right?
extreme political views on either side. About 1/3 of Bumble users who display their political affiliations identify as moderate. To some, moderate means I think about it, but I'm underinformed. Or it's a way station for people who grew up in conservative households on their way to becoming more liberal. Though many responded saying that they thought moderates were conservatives in disguise, which would make sense. Although I was goofing on those conservatives earlier on, being openly conservative on a dating app, especially in a city like London, does hurt your chances of getting a date. The social consequences of admitting you're a conservative.
Very foolishly put One Nation Conservative on my Tinder profile. There was this girl that I super liked. She responded to it saying genuinely, "Why do you hate poor people? Why do you hate poor people? Why do you hate poor people?"
The ayes to the right, 309. The noes to the left, 323.
We were welcomed by someone who posed as a receptionist, who then watched us in the waiting room for 20 minutes and then introduced herself as actually she was the assessor and she'd been assessing us.
Despite her disabilities, Arabella was turned down, and it took taking the case to tribunal to overturn the decision. ITV News can exclusively reveal how much the government spends fighting appeals like Arabella's. £443 million since 2013. Research by the...
I read something horrible this week, chat. So just content warning for story time for a little bit real quick here. Just on this point, because I think this is a really salient point to bring up. Salient, is that the right thing? I don't know. Hey Trip Maverick, how you doing? I think it's really important to sort of like talk about how ableist our government is and how institutionally ableist it has been for ages, and also how institutionally ableist capitalism is. The Tories, in fact, have killed so many. Salient is right. Okay, wicked. Hey, Husker. But I think bringing up disabled people and what happens to disabled people under the Tories is really important, because I've never heard of such a horrific, you know, story as this, right? And there was a guy that I heard about, and I think he just had diabetes, right? And I don't want to downplay what it's like having diabetes, but it wasn't even like, you know. Anyway, look, he had diabetes and he was struggling to get insulin because the way the fucking NHS is right now, and the way that healthcare is just kind of being, you know, secretly privatized. And what had happened was he had been applying for PIP, which is the disabled people's benefit in the UK, and they'd claimed that because he didn't turn up or he was late to one appointment, that they cancelled his PIP, and that meant that he couldn't get his insulin. And also because of that, he was also struggling to get food because of the lack of money as well. And when they looked at his history in the disabled, what's it called, in the disability benefits archive, you know, of his case specifically, he'd applied for jobs every day. He'd applied for jobs every single time. He'd spoken to everyone, you know, to try and get off benefits, because that's what they're trying to do. Like, oh, if you can work, then you should get off benefits and go to work. And he'd done it every day. And he died with a pile of printed off CVs next to him, just of starvation. Right? Cancelled after one missed appointment. That's weird. No, it isn't. It's not weird. It's not weird. That happens all the time under the Tory government. That's what they've done. That's the government we live under. They have easily been responsible for over 120,000 disabled people dying. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's their whole point. It's eugenics by, well, I mean, you know, it's one of the worst ways of doing eugenics. Do you know what I mean? Letting people starve to death. And there's been people who've completed suicide and stuff like that. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. Extremely evil. Yeah, they call it being sanctioned. It's horrible. It's so bad. John the Duncan said he worked in some organization that tried to help people get benefits or something like that, and it was the most soul-crushing experience of his life. I wanted to say that's crazy or insane, but try not to use those words. You're more than fine to use those words in this stream. You're not going to get punished for that. Yeah. It's quite obvious to me when someone is using the word insane or crazy in an ableist way, and when they're just using it to describe a situation. This is not an exaggeration. Oxford Uni published an article about 5 years ago that outlined at least 100,000 people had died directly due to austerity. That's, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Not an exaggeration. Yeah. It comes from David Cameron's government, back in 2010. And it has only gotten worse, It has only gotten worse. It's fucked. So anyway, that's that. And I think it's important to bring that up. Disabled people do suffer a lot under various different systems, right? And that's that, basically. So there you go. Just wanted to talk about that because I do think that a huge blind spot for leftists is the disabled community. Do you know what I mean? That's what happened, Shafiq. Yeah, in that story, that's what happened. It wasn't starvation, it was diabetes that killed him. People have starved to death. People have fucking starved to death. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. That has happened. But in this case, it wasn't that. In this case, he couldn't afford to keep his electric on. So his insulin, which needs to be kept in a fridge, went off. It goes bad. So that's that, basically. Anyway, let's continue with the video.
Charity Scope suggests 200 million of that was when PIP or employment support allowance had been wrongly denied.
Those who identify as right-wing are 2.5 times more likely to hide their political leanings than those who lean left. When a dating website...
Yeah, like, why would you be ashamed of being a communist? Why would you be ashamed of being an anarchist? Why would you be ashamed of being an anti-fascist? Like, of course you wouldn't. Of course, you know, you wouldn't even be ashamed of being a social democrat, even though you should be, right? So, look, you know, this is the thing, like this, you know, people, we talk about like the most vulnerable people in our society, and we talk about various different vulnerable people in our society, but genuinely disabled people really do have it the worst in this country. Like, they are just getting... Like, in COVID, lots of them were just getting killed. Lots of them were just getting fucking... Basically, having do not resuscitate orders fucking put on their little clipboards and shit to say, do not resuscitate, without their consent. Fucked. Absolutely fucked.
Tie was first built, they built a function where members could select 3 deal breakers to rule out potential partners. A person who voted Tory was chosen by 60%. And this is on a dating app for corporate professionals. Oh no. So perhaps someone might hide their more right-wing leanings and opt for the moderate...
No, Shafiq, are you kidding me? They ask you that. They ask you that in those words. What is stopping you from committing suicide? These people are fucking sick. They're fucking sick. I swear to God. Monstrous. How can they do that? Because they have all the fucking power. That's how they can just get the fuck away with it. That's how they can. Bastards.
Label instead. With all this in mind, as a person navigating dating apps whose politics are brain broken, I'm not surprised when I find that an apolitical or moderate person...
Every assessment I get asked to describe my suicide attempts in detail. Happened to you as well? They do it to try and elicit a reaction? That's so fucked. The reassessment will be for what we're talking about here, Echo Baz, PIP, which is disability benefit.
And I don't match in our value.
I tried to tell people about the DNR stuff and they just fucking reassured me it's not your kind of disability. But that's nonsense because they were doing it to people with like autism and they were doing it to people with like ADHD and shit, like all this stuff. They were just doing it to people with mental health problems. How does a person put DNR on a patient without asking? Well, I think what happens is that they are a fucking murderous piece of shit who believes in eugenics. I think that's how it happens. You know? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that.
But what about people who identify as one thing, like men who identify as liberal or leftist, but then turn out to be something else?
And it's a total sham.
That stings a lot more, and it's harder to avoid. The term woke fishing was coined by Serena Smith. In the 2020 Vice article, "Have you been woke fished while dating? Here's how to tell." Basically, it's when someone cosplays...
That's what it is, Buddha. That's what we're talking about.
Progressive values that you care about in order to reel you in.
Yeah, no, it's weird. A lot of macho guys say that they don't like women to...
I fucking... This guy is funny as fuck. I love this guy. Oh, Jesus Christ.
have leg hair, but you know what? Heck, I'm okay with it. What would I prefer? Shaved, yeah. I don't read white men anymore, and neither should you. Well, apart from my texts.
This relates to the whole pick-me boy, soft boy, and nice guy phenomena. So,
soft boys! I love soft boys. They're the funniest.
Talking to a guy, and he seems to agree.
Have I shown yous Beam Me Up Soft Boy? Have I shown yous that on Instagram? I must have shown you Beam Me Up Soft Boy. I've got one of the t-shirts. It says, nice ass. Sorry about the mental illness. Oh, it's fucking funny as fuck. What is that? What's this one? I want to show you. Some of them are absolutely insane, but like, I want to show you. What the fuck is this? What's this one? Just on it straight away, and there's already something completely absurd. You're cute and have a good style, but judging by your bio, I have the feeling that dating isn't in the cards for you right now. Find happiness. You won't magically find it from someone else. Imagine someone judging you this hard on Tinder. Pursue introversion. Push your boundaries. Pursue introversion. What? Push your boundaries and become your own friend, and then you'll be more than ready. It's easy. What else have we got? A life goal of mine to be like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. What a normal thing to say. What's wrong with these people? They're soft boys. That's what's wrong with them. That's what's wrong with them. This is so good. This is so good. Are you familiar with what cryptocurrency or NFTs are by any chance? Also, random Q, thoughts on face fucking and facials? Random question. So good. What's this? Is this from Pornhub? You look almost exactly like my ex-girlfriend who mentally fucked me up enough to finally push me to see a therapist. Amazing fat people. What? Keep up the good work. What's going on? What? Oh, wow, I'm crying. Oh, yeah, you know, whenever I'm depressed, I just go on this. Keep up the good work. So, you know, he supports sex workers. Great. Love that. Brilliant. Anyway, so there you go. Beam Me Up Softboy on Instagram. Get involved. Dudes are not alright. They're not, are they? You see, this is what happens. Like, I know we're all laughing here, and it is funny, so it's okay to laugh. But, you know, it's like, yeah, that dude can be saved. This is what happens when we have, like, a culture of manosphere fuckheads. Like Andrew Tate and Sneeko and, you know, all these people, like, trying to fucking tell people that, like, yeah, the 1950s where women just stayed in the kitchen and did everything that you said, that was great. This is what happens. This is what happens as a result of that. You know, like, it's all this, like, terrible advice where, like, you know, they're saying, oh, yeah, but just pretend to be really nice and woke and stuff. And then, you know, just drop some negging in there as well. You know what I mean? Like, they're obsessed with negging, aren't they? They're obsessed with being like, oh, you're a fucking dirty piece of shit and I'd never fuck you. But maybe I'll give you a chance on a date. It's fucked. Yeah, they're called soft boys because of that, because they pretend to be left wing, and then when you match with them, it turns out that they're just pretending, basically. You know, kind of like nice guys. Yeah. Literally, like Martin said, yeah. Nice. Like when people say, you know, when you go on Reddit, you go to r/nice guys, and it's like, I can't believe this woman rejected me. All I said was that, you know, I think that we should have a family and every woman should have a child. You know, just these like nonsense. Like women are just, you know, baby factories to be used for marriage and kids, right? You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't understand. I'm a nice guy. And then they're sending death threats.
On all things political. It almost seems too good to be true.
Potato.
Then as you spend more time together, you start to spot some discrepancies. He says he's a feminist and despises rape culture, but then when he's with his friends and one of them makes a rape joke, he laughs along. He exclaims how men are trash and he hates men who lie and cheat, but then he turns out to be a liar and a cheater himself. Oof. So to go back to the Twitter poll, it's a tough call, but I'm gonna say that apolitical is worse. Or maybe moderate. Oh, I don't know. Anyway,
it's hard. You can't have an answer for
a lot
that.
to me. And if you enjoyed the video, make sure to give it a like, because one like equals one.
That's right,
more
Cornbread.
conservative
Also,
video
welcome to the stream.
created for us to goof on.
It's confusing. We've got Conquest of Cornbread in the chat, and we've also got Cornbread. So I just, you know, I don't want to confuse anybody. I don't want Conquest of Cornbread to be thinking that I'm shouting Conquest of Cornbread when I'm just speaking to Cornbread. So I'm speaking to Cornbread there. Double D. You know what? We'll do Ed, and Eddie, because that Cornbread in the chat has 2 D's in the end of the username. So I'll call you Double D, right? We'll do that. All we need now is Conquest of Dread. Yeah, I'll just get Tim in. We'll figure that out. But yeah. It's yeah, I don't want to confuse anyone. Want to rewatch Ed, and Eddie so bad? I rewatched it recently and it's pretty good. Yeah, for sure. That works. Wicked. I probably won't remember it, but we'll give it a go. The political issue when dating is why I don't shut up about my politics. It skips this entire thing. I literally, as soon as I'm on a date with someone, I will be like, I'm a communist. That's what I'll do. That's what I do, basically.
We're sorry that you've had to endure years of bad dates and wasted time with people that don't see the world our way.
I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now.
Bye, Tara.
Bye now. Bye-bye. Hello, and thank you for watching today's video. I just want to give a shout out to my lovely patrons who make these
chat, you know what to
possible. Do. Thank you so much for your support. And last but definitely not least, let's
go and support Tara. Go and give her a like. Go and give her a share. Go and give her a subscribe. Watch the video on mute. In a different tab. Shit like that. What a good video that was, wasn't it? I really enjoyed that one. Listen, we're having a bit of a moment tonight. On stream. Right? We didn't see the pet shout out, and unfortunately, I can't be bothered finding the video again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you, that's your incentive to go and watch the video on your own, isn't it? Wait, hang on, what's going on here? Oh no, it's fine. Right, so listen, we're on a bit of a tip here, right? It's not necessarily dating. But it is probably about how men perceive dating. So the content warning is exactly the same. Men and men stuff. I should probably like include misogyny with that. In fact, I should probably just have misogyny because it's not right to have like one jokey content warning next to a very serious one. So anyway, that's what we're transitioning right into, chat. So this is John the Duncan's Masculinity vid. I've been wanting to watch this ever since it came out. I'm very excited to see what John's got to say about masculinity. And it should be very good. Hey Vicente, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. I'd recommend the hilarious Tara and Noah Samson video they did together. If anyone missed that a few months ago. Yes, we watched that on stream. It was very funny. Johnny Dunks. That's right. It's Johnny Dunks. buzzing. So, where was I? What was I talking about? I've forgotten. Oh, look, you might have noticed, chat, by the way. I'm just going to go back. I'm just going to go back to this scene real quick. You might have noticed, chat. There is a new dono goal. Now, don't worry. This is not for me to actually, like, survive or anything like that. This is an extra dono goal. There is no incentive for chat to hit this goal at all. I don't have one, right? Oh, in fact, I did just come up with one, but I'll tell you what it is in a minute. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to raise £150 to afford a videographer and a musician to help me with my new video. Because basically, I'm a videographer, but I can't film myself. Right? I've got to eat a videographer before next month. No, it's not that. I need a videographer to film me for my next video. Need him to come into the wilds with me and film me, basically. So that's a thing that I need. And I need £50 to pay that person for the day's work, right? And I also need £100 to commission the person that makes the tunes for my videos to make a remix of some Berserk videos. So, of Berserk videos. Make a remix of some Berserk tunes. So, Susumu Hirasawa's tunes for Berserk 97, the anime, right? I'm finally becoming a weirdo in the woods. The channel has come full circle. It has. It actually has. Yeah. Wait, the pound is still a thing. Don't start. Don't start. But yeah, so if you do want to donate, if you do want to help me reach that goal, I tell you what the incentive is. Someone brought it up the other day that they thought it'd be dead funny to see me dressed like a doctor, because of course it is a running joke in the stream that my name is Dr. djmuel, right? So there you go. If you want, I'll do that. I'll do a stream dressed as a doctor playing like a doctor game or something. I don't know. There's games about doctors in there. There's games with doctors in them and all that. So we'll do something like that. How about that? Yeah, I agree. It's a mammal. It's great. Hey, Thicky Comrade. How's it going? Welcome in. Rob, see you later, mate. Thank you so much for being here. With a beard net. It was Cyberquaker. Cyberquaker said it in the chat. Also, something that I do want to start doing. And listen, if you do make fan art of me, right? If you do make fan art of me doing stuff in the stream, if I've said something funny or if I've done something funny, I will use it in the thumbnail of the stream that I do in that day when you've submitted it. You could submit it in the, you know, in the Discord if you're in the Discord and stuff. But today, Cynthia has made me this. And I love it. It's very good. Look at that. Oi, let me kid eat their ice cream in peace. Fucking bruvs, I swear to God. That's right. We're always bothering goblins. Trying to stop the kids from eating ice cream. I don't know where the kids eating ice cream thing has come from. I don't know where. I can't remember that bit in the. That might not be related to the stream or anything like that. But it's very funny. And I'm definitely going to be using this in the thumbnail of today's stream. So when the VOD goes up on YouTube and the VOD channel, it's in the socials. It's in the socials command, the VOD channel, right? I'll put that in the thumbnail. As long as that's all right with Cynthia. So thank you so much, Cynthia. Fair did an amazing job with this. Great shit. I think that Faye's a fucking phenomenal artist. Faye's actually got some really cool art in general. It's cool. Okay, wicked. Love that. Nice shit. So, yeah, you can check that out in the Discord. You can check out the rest of Cynthia's art in the Discord. Really, really cool. I particularly liked this one. If you don't mind me showing people this. It's in the creative bit, I think. In the art section, sorry. Yeah, this. I love this. I love like the fucking... I love anything that's got like jagged edges and all that. Do you know what I mean? I love it. And I love that you've done like the trans symbol with the anarchy symbol, like that combo. I just love how jagged and horrible it is. It's great. Fucking brilliant. So I really, really like that style. I think it's dope. Yeah. So amazing. Yeah, radical. Radical shit. So anyway, thanks for that, Cynthia. I appreciate that. And again, as I say, if anyone wants to fucking, you know, actually give any, you know, fan art, if anyone wants to do any fan art, drop it in the Discord, drop it in Mule Memes or art and tag me in it, and I'll stick that in the thumbnail for the VOD that day. And if it gets too much, if there's too many people doing art, then I'll just do like an art showcase or something at the end of the stream. I doubt that it will get that big. But, you know, I like to encourage people to be creative and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? I do like to encourage people to do that. But yeah, I see that we got another Tutus in the chat. We got another artist in the chat. Tutus Draws. Can I get a shout out for Tutus, please? Anyway. Right. What we doing? I'll tell you what we're doing. It's John the Duncan's. John the Duncan's masculinity vid. Let's get straight into this. Again, same deal. Chat. There's a link to the video in the chat right now, 3 times. Please, please, please go and show John some love. Subscribe to him. Share the video. Like the video. Have the video playing in an alternate tab. Right? Can it be /fanfiction art? No. Please don't do that. And I'm glad that you did the Kappa face there to tell me you were being sarcastic, because I would hate that. Unless it was funny. If it's funny and like a parody, that's fine. But don't make any, like, please don't do any of that. Like, it's hard enough having fucking horrible cunts on fucking YouTube telling me that the only reason I made a video about someone who's extremely fucking stupid and horrible is because I want to fuck Kira Chats, who's just one of my friends. Absurd. Do you know what I mean? It's bad enough having that. It's like that just makes me feel odd. I'm just like, I don't like to think about that. But if it's funny and if it's a parody, that's great. And that'll be a laugh for us all to watch. But anyway, what a normal thing to say, isn't it? Yeah. They are gross people. I agree. Anyway, hi Talks to Wall. How's it going? That's right. Kira pauses. Let's check out this video.
10 years old. My mum took us up to Shetland Islands, the Shetland Islands, for the pseudo-Viking fire festival of Uphellia. It's like this big festival where people dress up and drink a lot, and there's a torchlit procession led by a group of what my granny refers to as portly, bearded fellas dressed as Vikings, and they like go through the streets and then like torchlit procession through the streets, and then they burn a replica Viking longship. Like they're built by hand previously. That
looks pretty cool.
A good place to start thinking about the strange and like amorphous phenomenon of masculinity. It's here, but not because of the portly bearded fellows who'd burn a boat. While we were up there that year, my mum took us, my brother, my sister and me, to the Clickamin swimming pool in Lerwick, which is it's a great swimming pool. It's got like flumes, it's got river rapids, and it's got this like outdoor pool, heated pool area, which for some reason was open in January.
In Scotland.
It's not warm in the Shetland Islands.
In the Shetland Islands.
Starting about in the outside swimming pool with the warm water and the freezing cold January air. My brother, who must have been about 14 at the time, turns to me and he says, "John, if you walk around the outside of this pool 100 times, you'll prove to me that you're a real man." Being a skinny little middle child with low self-esteem, a true mystery why I became a YouTuber, I was absolutely compelled to leap at this brother.
I don't know if he's a Shetlander. I think he just went there.
Warm water of the swimming pool and into the freezing January air, and proceeded to walk around the pool 100 times. I don't remember how long it took, but I remember the water burning my skin in the way that warm water burns as it comes into contact with cold skin. And that's how it felt when I leapt back into the pool. But I was proud. I was elated. I was big.
Yeah, me too,
I
Cynthia.
went over to my brother feeling all big and proud, and I asked him, am I a real man now? But he just turned his head slightly away from me and said, a real man follows his own path. And swam away.
What?
And if there's any way to be introduced to the pointless, constant failure of trying to be a man, trying to perform masculinity, it's through this pointless, admittedly funny, but cruel prank by my big brother.
True. I agree. Dick brother move. Yeah.
Recently there's been some really good work on left-wing YouTube on masculinity and like the rise of the manosphere of like people like Jordan Peterson and fucking Pitbull.
Cynthia's situation, right, I just want to point this out, right? I just want to point this out. Cynthia's there like, I'd love to go to Scotland in general, right? Faye's like, I'd love to go to Scotland. And I said, yeah, me too, right? And Faye said this, well, you're in Manchester, I'm in Germany. And you see what Cynthia's done there is Faye's forgotten that it costs the same amount on a train to get to Scotland as it does to get a plane from Germany. And that, my friends, is what it's like to live in the UK.
Bulls, Wario, Andrew Tate.
What?
A lot of the internet airwaves.
Pitbull's
and a lot of
Wario.
Time is spent dunking on them. This video is not going to be like that.
Hey, birdie.
Instead, in this video, I want to think about like why masculinity exists, what's its function in capitalist patriarchy, what it feels like to perform it.
No, it's okay, Cynthia.
Whether or not there is a potential for a revolutionary form of masculinity, one that's radically anti-patriarchal. So like my brother advised me all those years ago, I'm gonna follow my own path. Still fuming about that, I'm still mad at that. I've often found it like weird when older adults and women in particular express like a surprise that I like to cook or that I clean. I'm told I'm like well trained.
Oh, I hate that shit.
As if I can't just enjoy to do these things, as if I can't just enjoy cooking or that cleaning is demeaning. It kind of feels like how dads who look after their own kids simultaneously get like a bunch of extra credit over mums who do the same thing every day, but also
I think that's right, Shafiq, yeah.
At the same time, you know, they get told that they're babysitting their kids instead of like, you know, just being a parent. And I think this speaks to the sort of minimization of the value of feminized reproductive labor and how men who perform such labor are both praised and patronized.
Hang on a minute, what was that? Let me just hear that once again.
Value of feminized reproductive labor and
feminized reproductive labor. So he's talking about in relation to cooking and cleaning. So let's just hear that again.
Their kids instead of like, you know, just being a parent. And I think this speaks to the sort of minimization of the value of feminized reproductive labor and how.
Right. I'm glad he said that because it's correct. And those of you that know what I'm talking about when I say that will understand why I just wanted to repeat that again. Because people who know what they're on about, politically and theory-wise, will say correctly that cooking and cleaning, looking after kids, that's reproductive labour. That's what that is. But some people who say that they're politically on point and they know what's going on, right, say that it's not. And that's wrong. I was thinking of it before you replayed it. Oh, yeah. That's right. Social reproduction theory stuff. There's an interview from Majority Report with Titi Bhattacharya, who wrote a book about it. If folks want to look that up, that's right. Yeah. Social reproductive labor video that John did was one of the most informative things I've ever seen. Hell yeah. The shit that I got when I was still presenting male because I'm a single parent, it's so patronizing and misogynist at the same time. The mother must be a heartless bitch. Oh, yeah, it's so ridiculous, yeah. Ha! Mule's an idiot. Doing the dishes doesn't make children. Reproductive labor is obviously when you go into labor. That's what that is, because reproduction means sex, and labor is when you've had sex after 9 months. Ha! That's right, dickheads.
Men who perform such labour are both praised and patronised. How it both undermines and reinforces patriarchy. All of this just sort of leads us to ask, what is masculinity and how does it reinforce patriarchy?
Uh-huh.
What even is gender? I've posed too many questions already. I think at this point we can safely abandon the crude notion that sex is the biological category, whereas gender is...
I'm with you, Mark. Yeah, I'm with you.
And historically constructed one. We can abandon that. For example, Judith Butler argues that sex is not a bodily given on which the construct of gender is artificially imposed, but a cultural norm which governs the materialization of bodies. It is an ideal construct which is forcibly materialized through time. It's not a simple fact or a static condition of a body, but a process whereby regulatory norms materialize sex and achieve this materialization through a forcible reiteration of those norms.
I've too many big words in that. Can someone... Sex is not a bodily given on which the construct of gender is artificially imposed, but a cultural norm which governs the materialization of bodies. It is an ideal construct which is forcibly materialized through time. It's not a simple fact or static condition of a body, but a process whereby regulatory norms materialize sex and achieve this materialization through a forcible reiteration of those norms. Okay. Could you turn the video up? Right, okay, so I changed something yesterday. I can turn him up. Give me a second. I changed this yesterday. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it back on. So gain here. So I'm not going to put it up by 9 decibels. I'm going to put it up by like 4. So this is going to be louder now. So did anyone miss it? Would everyone like me to like replay that bit, or did everybody else understand it? Or my favorite is that I'm a male who's mostly straight, who does women's makeup and fashion. I love that. I love that when guys say they're mostly straight. Oh, I'm mostly straight. Just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. You don't need to be straight. You could be anything you want. You don't need to be gay. You don't need to be straight. You don't need to be bi. Let it go. Anyway, sorry, that's just bisexual. Anyway, I used to say that. Anyway, let me read what you actually said. I'm a male who's mostly straight, who does women's makeup and fashion. And women are always shocked and say dating me would be like having a gay friend they could sleep with. I hate that. I hate that. Ugh. Ugh. Like, you know, it's like, oh, I've got a gay friend that I can sleep with. Like, as a bisexual man, I hate that. Like, that sentence just, like, upsets me a lot. I think it probably upsets gay men as well. Like, you know, the fact that they're sort of sexualized a lot. Anyway. Yeah, it's not a compliment. Yeah, you don't need a replay. Okay, all right. Well, Birdie says that they want a replay, so let's just pull that back to there. Let's just pull it back to here.
The biological category, whereas gender is like the socio and historically constructed one. We can abandon that. For example, Judith Butler argues that sex is not a bodily given on which the construct of gender is artificially imposed, but a cultural norm which governs the materialization of bodies.
Is that better? Is that loud? Is that louder?
Construct which is forcibly materialized through time. It's not a simple fact or a static condition of a body, but a process whereby regulatory norms materialize sex and achieve this materialization through a forcible reiteration of those norms.
What will happen as well if I talk over the video is that my compressor will like push it down as well. It will like bring down the volume. So if that's like too much or whatever, yeah, then I'll change it. I'm trying to achieve a nice balance where I can talk over the, you know, I've got auto ducking, yeah. Yeah, I have. Got Ravlaw in the chat here, who the last time that they were in the chat was March 2021, and they said, yo, what's up? And then before that, they've been in my stream in 2018, once in 2018. And Ravlaw is saying, that doesn't sound true. What doesn't sound true, mate? What doesn't sound true? Why don't you tell us? And then to Survive, you've replied to Survided saying, I don't agree. What don't you agree, Ravlaw, mate? Why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us what you don't agree about or what doesn't sound true? No, I want to hear it. I want to hear it from Ravlaw. I want to hear it from Ravlaw. I want to see Ravlaw say it in the chat.
Judith Butler within minutes of an essay talking about gender is hardly walking your own path here, John, but we move. Butler's blurring of the sex and gender distinction rests on their notion of gender performativity, by which the repetition of acts and, crucially in their formation, the repetition of linguistic and discursive norms coalesce around the creation and recreation of these gender and sex regimes. Butler's concept on gender performativity has obviously been hugely, immensely influential in the field of gender studies, but it has been criticised by sometimes focusing too heavily on the discursive and linguistic area, with not enough attention paid to the material divisions of labour within society. Like, basically, how can we make this more Marxist? X gon' give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. Luckily, social reproduction theorists have paid this some attention. For example, Alan Sears adapts Butler's formation for SRT and argues that the attitudes of men towards their own bodies, those of women and those of other men, is in part based on experiences of labour and of preparing for certain forms of labour even in play. Gender norms are not simply a discourse, but a set of everyday practices framed by a matrix of power relations that structure production and reproduction.
I believe Judith Butler is the very trans-supportive one, yeah.
In capitalist societies. What Sears is pointing at is that the repeated acts of gendered...
Why does he do the voice thingy? So, I don't know for certain, but what I think he's doing is he's trying to joke about the forced sort of masculinity that's imposed on men, and that we absolutely have to, you know, we absolutely must have low voices and shit like that, and this, that, and the other, you know. Here we go. Ravlaw says, yes, it's been a long time. I haven't been on Twitch for a long time. I don't agree with the view that the biological sexes are on some kind of spectrum that anyone can choose freely what you want. Right, well, what you've done there is you've confused sex and gender, right? That's what's happened immediately, because no one was saying that. Actually, nobody said that. It was not said in the video, and it also wasn't said in the chat. I don't think anybody said that. So you've got that wrong, right? What that person said is that sex is a spectrum, and you can be born on that spectrum in multiple different ways. As Emmy rightly points out in the chat, intersex folks exist. People who are born with a, you know, mixture of maybe a penis and a vagina, or maybe a vagina that isn't, you know, quite formed, or a penis that isn't quite formed. There's multiple different types of that. So sex is a spectrum. I don't know about chromosomal variations. I don't know about that, but I know that, like, you know, this Judith Butler, this person who wrote about this, is an expert in the field. And, you know, that's that, basically. That's that. You know, gender, however, you can choose that. You can choose that, because gender is an expression, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like, I can wear a skirt if I want, and that's my gender expression, because gender essentially comes down to the role that you play in society, how you're perceived by the society at large, and also the clothes that you wear, how you know, change your body, like what your body looks like and stuff like that. So that's that. Oh, Butler uses they, them. Right, fair enough, yeah. So there you go. Hello, Sebs Dev. How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Gender and gender expression are different things. Can't choose my gender. Sorry, that's right. Gender expression, gender, different things. Yeah. So there you go. Right. Your gender is what you basically. Listen, I'm not fucking trans, so I can't say this. I can't explain this properly. There are trans people in the chat who could fucking absolutely explain it far better than I can.
Performativity exists not just in the linguistic or discursive sphere, but within the material divisions of...
Right, and trans people are not a monolith as well. So there you go.
Productive and reproductive labour that exist within capitalist patriarchy.
Isn't breakfast ready yet?
In a minute, dear.
No.
It's obviously not reducible to just those dimensions.
Let's not... Listen, chat. Listen. Let's not have a fucking, let's not give each other bad faith interpretations. Do you know what I mean? Like, Almost Elise has responded to you there, Birdie. Speak for yourself. I don't think that was nasty or anything like that. And I don't think that you're probably trying to be nasty or anything like that. But let's not be argumentative in the chat. Do you know what I mean? Let's try and give each other good faith. A bit of good charitable reads and stuff like that in how we're talking to each other. If that's all right.
Dimensions, but these dimensions are extremely important. And in fact, such gendered divisions of labour are essential for the reproduction of capitalist society as a whole. And in this sense, Sears is grounding the theory of gendered performativity within the specific historical context of capitalist patriarchy. The recreation of masculine and feminine subjects serves to reproduce capitalist society as a whole.
No, that's okay. I can understand the trans people in the chat getting mad at me, a cis man, trying to explain gender and fucking it up massively.
This is the function of masculinity and femininity, at least today. For social reproduction theorists...
Yes, let me, a cis man, explain gender. Like, let me, gender's just what you wear. Like, yeah, fucking idiot.
Patriarchy, which is not patriarchy as such, as some sort of trans-historical phenomenon, but the particular condition of patriarchy as it exists today, developed through a process of primitive accumulation, where productive labour, which is labour which directly produces value for the capitalist, is separated from socially reproductive labour, which is labour which reproduces the labour power of the worker and the general sort of wider conditions of capitalist society as a whole, which isn't directly producing value for the capitalist. And this reproductive labour is often, though not exclusively, done through the family unit. The family and the household is often the site for this sort of stuff. Socially reproductive labour is then delegated to feminised subjects and subordinated in value to productive labour. And bear in mind as we go on that I think this masculine notion of domination can be connected to the overvaluing of productive labour within capitalist society. Given the value of this productive, dominant and dominating form of labour and form of life in capitalist society.
Isn't breakfast ready yet?
In a minute, dear.
So this is only like a sketch of capitalist patriarchy, and if you want a deeper dive into that, I go into it in more detail in my video on neoliberal feminism. But what is essential to keep in mind here is that capitalist patriarchy...
Okay, Ravlaw says, yes, intersex people does exist. They are very few and are an exception to the rule. I do not mistake gender or gender expression. That's why I said biological sexes, because that's what I meant. Also, I'm not here to be respectless or anything. I just don't agree. But I think the discussion is interesting. If you want to know how I think, I will answer, but in a nice way, and I don't want to antagonize anyone. Yeah, but you see, you're disagreeing with something that's not been said. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Right? It's like, you're there and you're like, that's why I pointed this out to you. No one's saying that you can choose your sex. No one's saying that. That's not what the person who's like an expert in it said. That's not what I said. No one in the chat said that. Right? No one said that. You can't, basically, we're saying to you, you can't choose your sex, but it's a spectrum. Yeah? And also, you can't choose your gender, because that's how you want your body to be, right? What does exceptions to the rule mean? What rule? Exactly. There's you know, there is not a rule regarding that. Like, you know? Hey, K. Croaky, what's going on? Welcome in.
Okay, is upheld in part on a material division of labour.
That's right, half a laptop. Yeah.
Productive and reproductive labour, which
there are lots of men out there, like cis men, who are born, you know, with a fully functioning genitals, right, and stuff like that, and you know, with no abnormalities or anything like that, but they have breasts. And that's intersex as well. Do you know what I mean? There's loads of different types of intersex people. You know? You could change biological sex. You could develop a different secondary sex characteristics quite easily. The human body is programmed to respond to hormones, not this strict construction of sex. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It was written in a way that suggested choice. Maybe I read it wrong. Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. Like, you know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say, basically, yeah. There's tons of people who don't even know they're intersex, correct? Yes, that's it. That's absolutely it. Well, listen, you see, there you go. You know, I've approached what you've said with a good faith, with a charitable read, and I'm glad that we got to this conclusion. I'm glad that this happened. Look at that, chat. It happened. It happened. Not everybody who comes into chat with a statement like that is going to end up being a horrible TERF or a Nazi or something like that. Sometimes it's people that just do not understand this stuff. And generally speaking, cisgender people do not understand what's going on with, do you know what I mean? It's stuff like gender. I didn't fucking know. I had no idea. I had no fucking idea how any of this worked. At all. And I genuinely, like, you know, like most people, I'm certain, even some trans people themselves, I used to be transphobic as hell. But what happens is you learn, you get better, and you understand. And then you make amends for the mistakes you made in the past. Right? That's how it works. So, you know, we're all here, we're all learning. That's how it goes. Appreciate you engaging with us in good faith, Ravlaw.
Produces masculine and feminine subjects. The repeated performance of reproductive... Motherfucking cat.
That's the same misunderstanding of Butler that a lot of people have been caught out by. Yeah, that's the thing. And the worry is, when you see stuff like that, is that is the same argument that TERFs use, right? When talking about, like, oh, sex, not gender. Sex is an irrefutable fact. And, you know, and it's all these, like, horrible... And this is the problem, right? This is why TERFs want to muddy the water so much with arguments like that. Because then when someone like Ravlaw, who comes into a chat or, like, you know, inserts themselves into a conversation or, like, overhears a conversation about sex or gender, will then come in and say, like, well, hang on a minute, you can't choose how you're born. You're just born that way, and that's that, right? And that is true, right? No one's disputing that. But it comes across, because TERFs have done this so much, right? It comes across as hateful because they are hateful. That's what fascists do, innit? You know what I mean? That's what fascists do. They muddy the waters on actual discussions so that their talking points can be easily digested by everyday people who just don't really look at politics. They don't really look at stuff like that. You know, they make their points digestible, easy to understand, and also extremely fucking, what do you call it, bollocks. I've lost the word. I've lost the metaphor. I've lost it. Where's my thesaurus for when I need it? It's like veiled. It's thinly veiled, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So, like, some people, like leftists, yeah, can literally, because we're trained, so we've learned about fascism and stuff like that, we can see through these statements and go, ah, that's a Nazi, right? But not everybody can. If you respect people on a basic level and respect autonomy, that will take you at least 90% of the way. Exactly. Dog whistles ruin everything. I agree.
Extending Butler, we can argue that the repeated performance of reproductive labour reproduces the feminized, gendered subjectivities, and
that's right, Croaky. Yeah,
the historically constructed subjectivity and historically constructed category of women. And this division
Yes,
is
that's
also
right,
often
Cynthia,
present in
yeah.
queer spaces, where often the brunt of socially reproductive work still gets shouldered.
And this is why. You know how I could tell? I'm sorry, Ravlaw. This isn't anything to do with you. Well, it is, but it's not. You know, that you've just sort of inspired me to talk on this to the chat. So I'm not like having a go at you by focusing on what you said or anything like that. But the difference, the difference between someone like Ravlaw and a piece of shit Nazi, or a debate bro, or a MAGA commie, or any one of these bad faith actors, is that they come in and say, I disagree, right? Say, I disagree, That's a good sign. And then when you say, what's going on? Like, you've not been here in ages, and then you say that, what do you disagree on? And then Ravlaw said, I don't agree with this. And then, okay, so it's literally like, that's a thing you've made up. That's not what's happening. And then comes back and says that, and then reiterated that, like, no, that's not what this is. No one's saying that. And then gone, oh, right, okay, shit. Like, yeah, maybe that's the difference. That's something that you can engage with. You can't engage with someone who comes in and the first thing that they say is biological sex is real. That's a loaded statement, obviously, isn't it? That's a dog whistle, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? You're a teachable example, Ravlaw. Don't patronize. Listen, be nice. Anyway.
By femme subjects, which, shows how this gendering and gendered performance of
that's right, Shafiq. Yeah, exactly.
Crude biological essentialism. But what about the production of masculine subjects and the production of men? Can I pose any more questions?
Hegemonic, is it?
So there's loads and loads written about the production, the process of production, feminine and feminized.
It is curious about it.
Material divisions of reproductive and productive labour. Written within Marxist feminism covers all that stuff really well. But there's far, far less about the reproduction of masculine subjects within that field. Sears, though, who we talked about earlier, does give us some insight into this process of producing masculinity within capitalist patriarchy.
Men develop their sense of embodiment in part through engagement in particular forms of work in the context of specific power relations. For example, in the early 20th century, as mass production developed, the Ford Motor Company developed
about being hyper-reactive, Shafiq.
Specifically around masculine pride, grounded in providing for dependent family members and the ability to endure difficult, painful, and tedious work.
Thanks, Birdie.
This relationship of work and household creates a certain sense of embodied agency that is very different than the one women might develop through unpaid labour in the household, which creates a very real economic dependence. The masculine pride of the professor, the miner, and the taxi driver differ in important ways, yet are all tied to a particular configuration of work and household and a specific condition within the division of labour.
So Sears is highlighting here how the particular repetition of masculinized labour reproduces masculine subjects. Such subjectivities are often tied to like a breadwinner status, which, because of capitalist imperatives, whereby the accumulation of wealth is valued really highly, creates a need to achieve dominance within masculine subjects, with particular reference to the family.
Isn't breakfast ready yet?
Isn't breakfast ready yet? Isn't breakfast ready yet?
Remember the dominant value ascribed to productive work. We can also see here a kind of mechanization of the masculine body, which combined with masculine value being tied to engagement within the labour market, excludes and demeans certain groups such as disabled men.
I thought of that as soon as he started saying it. As soon as he started saying it, it's like, okay, you can be a masculine man as long as you're not disabled. Right? Because you can't enter the workforce, do you know what I mean? You can't do your job. I have struggled with that so much, having ADHD, yeah. Like, I can't begin to tell you, this shit right here is speaking to me, chat. I don't know about you, don't know about the other men in the chat, right? But like, when you have a disability as a man, bear in mind, I've only really started seeing it as a disability over the last year, since fucking Shafiq said, you have got a disability. I had to be told by someone else who's got that same disability that, like, I am actually disabled. It's nuts, right? And, you know, and for years, you know, bear in mind, I didn't think of myself as disabled back then, like in this sort of time period that I'm going to talk about right now. And that is that, like, you know, when I was sat there after I, like, got fired from a job for being too depressed, and I was there like, I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not a real man. Like, started saying to myself, I'm not a real man. I'm a waste. I'm literally like, I'm a mess. And that does so much to your fucking brain. It like, it makes you think that you're worthless. It makes you think that you got nothing. Like, you know, and that's fucked, right? And a lot of men go through that. A lot of men go through that and just sort of like don't understand that this like idea that you're supposed to be this machine that just works and works and works and works and works and works, right? And that is associated with the patriarchy. It's associated with, dominance, right? You know, and shit like that. And like, you know, you're to be served. You go out there and you're the wheel of capitalism, you know, and your wife is the greaser of the wheel. It's fucked. It's absolutely fucked.
Perform masculinity in the socially prescribed way.
I still find it hard.
We all constantly fail.
I still find it hard to
the degree of that failure in the eyes of.
Sorry, I still find it hard to like, you know, recognize that I'm disabled sometimes nowadays as well, and I still beat myself up about it. It's super hard. Same for me with same for you with your autism diagnosis. I can't even fucking speak. ADHD's happening now. It's happening now. Same for me with my autism diagnosis, says Conquest of Cornbread. Yeah, I could see that. I could see why it's like, it's hard to understand, you know, it's hard. It's just hard to, because you go your whole life thinking like, I'm not disabled. I'm not like them. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, it's not a monolith. There's not like a certain type of thing that means that you're disabled and shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you're unable to do a thing because of who you are, or like, you know, syndrome or a diagnosis that you've got, it's like, yeah. Right, that too, Birdie. Yeah, I made it this far. I can't be disabled. Like, what is that? It's nonsense. Made it this far. It's a miracle that we've made it this far. I was diagnosed as a child and I still went through that. Yeah, for sure. I imagine it's the same. I imagine it's the same for every disabled person, whether you're diagnosed as a child or not, because this whole society that we live in capitalism is just literally like, no, that's it. Do you know what I mean? Add that ADHD was called a learning disability when I was at school. I resented that as a child. It took me to my 30s to accept it. Right, literally. And it's ridiculous, Cyberquaker, yeah? Because when I accepted that ADHD is actually a learning disability, I felt so much better about myself. I was like, yeah, I can't learn things. I do, I find it hard, and it's like it's like a relief. It's like, yes, that's why I can't do maths. That's why I can't fucking concentrate on things I don't give a fuck about. You know? God damn it. I'll admit I had that with my autism. It took me a second to realize I had no idea what autism actually was, right? The same with your autism diagnosis, Emmy, yeah? Oh, you must be high functioning. That's a terrible thing to be told, yeah. Yeah, big solidarity. Everyone in the chat feeling that solidarity. Disability in some ways is similar to trans identity in that many of the people experiencing it struggle with whether or not they count. Right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I certainly feel that, yeah. Growing up in the vaccine scare didn't help. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, well, autistic people had it, yeah, real bad. With the, oh, my God, this will make your kid autistic. Don't vaccinate your kid against these deadly diseases, otherwise autism will happen. That fucking bastard. What's that guy's name? Andrew Dickhead. He was in the H-bomb video, wasn't he? Millennials kind of got the shit end of the stick when it came to ADHD and ADD. It was a personal failing for us instead of a disability. Yeah.
Society seems to act to discipline.
Yeah, big love to everyone.
Certain classes of people. Domination has to come with subordination, right? And such failures, which are tied to simultaneous domination and subordination, are features internal to masculinity. For example, Howson points out that for working class men,
hard work is a crucial component of masculinity, yet the workplace is a scene where the desire to work and achieve is mixed with such things as subordination to the boss's persistent authority.
The workplace is a site of both domination and
Andrew Wakefield, that's it. Yeah.
And not in a
Dickhead.
fun kink way. And this process leads to masculine subjects imposing domination via forcing the performance of reproductive labour in the household onto women, which you can still see today.
Double D, I'm still not diagnosed properly. Well, I am, but I've not been. I've done the fucking thing, you know, like the questionnaire that they sent out, which is basically like every single tick that I did was in fucking grey, right? So I've not got an official diagnosis, but I've fucking absolutely got it. 1000%. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I've spent all this time in my life thinking that I'm broken and I'm not right. Like, some people will be able to relate to this, right? I reckon a lot of people will be able to relate to this. Press a 1 in chat if you're able to relate to this statement, right? This world was not made for me. I'm not supposed to survive. I'm just not supposed to survive in a world like this. That's how it is. Yep. 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 Right. And it's fucked, innit? It's fucked. Yeah, ow, my feelings. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know. Big one. Yeah, it's fucked. And, you know, people don't fucking, you know. One, I don't have the killer instinct to survive in a competition-based economic system. Oh, yeah. Well, there's that too. There's all sorts of things that go along with that. But, like, specifically in regards to, you know, being the, I don't know, like, because that is what this is, isn't it? This video is talking about masculinity in particular. Like, so for me in particular, like trying to be like a big man who's out there all the time, like working hard, you know, at the gym, lifting every day, you know, being the big guy and all that. Like, I can't do it. I literally can't do it. So those like things that we're told that we should do, these boxes we should fit into, you know, not just as a man for me, but also as like a worker, as a working class person, also as like, you know, all sorts of stuff, all sorts of fucking stuff. Especially when I ended up with a physical disability too. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, queer, ADHD, addict, trans. No, this world was not made for me. But that's the fuckery of it, isn't it? Because I started thinking this a while ago. About this. I was thinking like, and, you know, and it's thanks to people like Sophie, it's thanks to people like Kira and Tim, and all the other comrades that I've made friends with over this last year, like Professor Flowers and Luna Oy and EJ and, you know, people like that, right? And I'm starting to understand that it's not that we weren't made for this world, right? It's not that. It's that this system is a bastardization of the human experience. It's a bastardization of humanity. Like, it's a fucking crime, the way that this system is. Do you know what I mean? None of us should be forced into boxes. Like, who are we to decide what actually the human experience is? What hubris is that? How can we possibly know what this is? How can we possibly, like, sit there in all seriousness? Think about it. It's nonsense, isn't it? People just go into a room and they go, well, you know, we've sat here and thought about this for a little bit, and we decided we know everything. Well, what the fuck is that? What is that? It's nonsense, isn't it? Who the fuck can actually sit down and be like, right, we know what's going on? No, you don't. None of us do. Bollocks. Absolute bollocks. So fuck them. You know? People justify the system by claiming human nature is greedy, but it's not, is it? It's not. It's literally not. That's something that's been made up. Again, like, imagine that itself, like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's driving me mad. It's driving me mad thinking about how people say that, oh, human nature is greedy. How do you know what human nature is? The people who say that are not anthropologists. And if anthropologists say that, they've certainly only looked at fucking white people. You know? Fucking hell. Anyway, it's just a fucking rant, you know. This is why I tell my fellow disability havers every day that just existing is a big middle finger to capitalism. It is. You know, yeah, like I got asked that like a lot in it. Do you know what I mean? When I was on the big kick with Red Planet and like organizing and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, right, you know. We've got to get organized. We've got to do that and stuff like that. And I remember even Birdie was a person that was talking about like, you know, what can I do as... I don't know if Birdie actually asked me this themselves, but like, you know, there were some disabled people who were asking like, what can I do as a disabled person? Like I find it hard to go outside, like, you know, it's stuff like that. And then someone said to me, and I can't remember who, you know, said this to me, but it was really salient. It was really poignant. It meant a lot. And they said, just by existing as a disabled person, that is a radical act. And that's true. It's true. 1,000%. But anyway, we will continue with this. But yeah, let's just read a couple of more chat messages here. My journey with my masculinity is precisely what led me to my detachment from gender, because masculinity and femininity aren't exclusive, also aren't the same thing person to person. Capitalism demands in-groups, out-groups, boxes, and so it demonizes anything not useful, and that means anything capitalism isn't prepared to sell to. I agree. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I think about that ape meme where the guy is like, haha, you dumb animal, and the ape says, you pay rent. Right, exactly. People act in a very selfish way under a system that encourages, nay, requires it to survive. Shocked Pikachu face. Right, exactly. It was a bit of a mank attack, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a rant mank attack. You know. I'm talking people... Oh, if human nature is greedy, why do we find disabled people's skeletons among early hominids? Right, exactly. I'm talking people who lived and died of old age because they were cared for. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Okay, let's carry on with the video. What's your link for, Cynthia?
And the sort of post-ironic jokes about like women going into the kitchen to make men a sandwich, you know, that kind of shit. Shut up, women, and make me a sandwich. I'm so desperately insecure in my position in the world. I need to eke out a single moment of domination over you so I can feel powerful for a single second. Sandwiches. But this masculinity...
Hey, not anonymous, how's it going? Welcome in.
Capitalist masculinity wasn't created a few hundred years ago and then has remained the same ever since. Like, that would be a silly idea. And I'm not silly. I'm very serious. And indeed, evoking Butler, Howson argues that masculinity as a social phenomenon...
Hey, Tara Tofu, what's going on?
...represent a coherent, unified system that is simply reproducible across time and space. Rather, masculinity is defined by configurations of practice and a system of gender relations.
For example, many people have pointed out that in the global north, in the post-war era, with the exporting of production to the global south, there was a change of labour practices of men in the global north, with the classic, you know, macho, physical factory production work declining and being replaced with work which was feminized, you know, office work, your email jobs and shit like that. Their means of domination changed because no longer did men have to show their masculinity, so through a sort of like performative demonstration of machismo, but the engagement with like the paid sphere of labour and continued uneven split in the delegation of household social reproductive work meant that it remained paradigmatic as a means of domination. And even when a small number of elite women can be said to have broken the glass ceiling and become successful breadwinners in their own right, arguably imitating and ultimately kind of...
Whoa, hang on, what, Cyberquaker? Alex Jones was just ordered to pay $965 million? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. For the Sandy Hook stuff. By the way, not anonymous. I banned you because anyone who seriously says the sentence, ew, this guy has a Mao in his background, so he's probably cringe tanky, is clearly under 18 years of age. And we don't have people under the age of 18 in this chat. It's just not allowed. It's a mature stream. We talk about all sorts of things that are inappropriate for people under the age of 18, minors. So just got to ban you. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, get out. There's also someone here with kid with hoe or kid with hob. I don't know why you've got a name like that. That's weird. Who's asking me why the quotation marks? Well, I mean, you know, counter question. Why is your name that? Why is your name that? That's my question to you. What that is, right? When someone does quotation marks like that about like a piece of work that someone's done, it's normally to imply that that's the title of the work. That's what that is. So yeah. Yeah, why don't they round it up? I don't know. Is that enough to sink Alex Jones? I doubt it. Honestly, I do doubt it. I think that there's some truths that human nature is greedy. It depends on the context, I think. I mean, if it was the only truth, we wouldn't have charities. But what does it really mean to be greedy? What does people mean when you say that word? There's a lot of greed in the world, and a lot of people who only get to live, who only live to get stuff, but it's not always. That kind of greed only exists because of capitalism, Ravlord. Do you know what I mean? Like, so, you know, you're talking about greed in the financial sense, right? And that's what greed is generally referring to here, innit? You know what I mean? So that's basically what that is about. But of course, without capitalism, and it is possible to live without capitalism, there is no greed. The only greed would be like, well, someone who eats, you know, I don't know, eats too much food, but then that's not really greed. That's just like something else. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? And that, you know, if everyone gets what they need, it's unlikely that someone would actually get too much food. I don't know. It's just, do you know what I mean? It's just kind of one of those. Because I'm trying to think of other ways that you would say greedy, or like other things that you would refer to in terms of greediness and stuff like that. I could say someone is like greedy in terms of how many women they want to like have sex with or something, or like how many partners they want, or how many whatever. Do you know what I mean? As a bisexual, I get called greedy quite a lot, so I'm quite familiar with that usage of the term. Greed, in my opinion, is a function of unfulfilled needs. Right, exactly. You know what I mean?
Reproducing and reinforcing notions of masculinized.
Yeah. When you say greedy, you mean the need to dominate resources over others, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean as well. Yeah, I think that's generally what's accepted as greedy, is to do with financial gain, isn't it? And dominance over others.
Productivity being tied to domination. These women often remain responsible for household reproductive labor, either doing it themselves or via hiring other women to do it for low pay. Women who are often migrants or racialized, or both. Even in my house growing up, my mum earned vastly more than my dad, but she still did the majority of the cooking, cleaning and childcare. So rather than a set of like stable conditions or cultural signals.
Do you know what though? It does kind of look like I'm saying John the Duncan's masculinity, doesn't it? There is a colon there. I'm obviously not commenting on John the Duncan's masculinity. I wasn't even trying to make a joke about that. I was actually trying to present this as a work of art. You know what I mean? That's how I was trying to present it. You know what I mean? It would be like saying Robert Eggers' The Witch. That's kind of what I was trying to say. I'm sure John understands what the fuck I'm on about. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's space for vid at the end. Yeah, we'll change that just in case anyone gets, you know, confused again and has to come in with an inappropriate name that seems like it's born of sexism in order to criticize me for doing that. So there we go. Brilliant. Right.
Signifiers, masculinity can be said to be a constantly shifting concept built on domination. But this doesn't just dominate femininity within patriarchy, but as is implied by the exclusion of certain...
That greed, I think, comes from old biological needs to gather and collect. Yeah, but it doesn't, though. Because there is no actual time period in human history and anthropology where hunter-gatherers gathered too much stuff and kept it from each other. That never happened. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't come from that at all. It's not since the advent of money that actually, like, greed in that respect, like the domination of resources over other people in order to sort of subjugate them and stuff like that. It didn't happen until the advent of money and currency and stuff like that. Alithic Lyra, what's going on? Siberian Blue, hello. I don't think people understand percentages in terms of sexuality. Bi people can't date all of the straight, same gender. Just the same queer people who are crucially not straight. And there's more of... Wait, what are you on about? Wait, what? NB, I don't think people understand in terms of sexuality. Bi people can't date all other straight, same gender. That's a fucking confusing fucking paragraph there. Just the same queer people who are crucially not straight, and there's more of... I'm just gonna need more clarification. I don't understand it personally. But hi, Siberian Blue. It's good to see you.
Men, or racialized men, or the subordination of working class men to their bosses. One form of masculinity dominates others. One form is hegemonic. So coined by Connell, hegemonic masculinity highlights how masculinity is
inherently relational, existing only in contrast to femininity. This relation is not a confrontation between homogeneous, undifferentiated blocks of men and women, but between multiple masculinities and femininities. For Connell, recognizing the plurality of masculinities is only a first step, and the more important task is to examine the relations between them. Drawing on Gramsci's concept of hegemony, she theorizes the dominant masculinity as hegemonic masculinity, the culturally exalted form of masculinity. And
what is happening? What is with people coming in chat and asking me things? What's going on? Jack2889 says, yo, Alex ordered to give $1 billion to Sandy Hook victims. Does he have that much money? Why are people just coming into my chat and asking me things? Like, look, watching a video on masculinity. Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you want? Like, yeah, he does have that much money. Yeah, that's the end of that. Google it. I don't know. Am I Google? Does my stream say fucking Google or something? Coming in here asking me like, whoa, what'd you ask? You know, what do you think of Saudi Arabia? I don't know. I'm not bothered. I don't care. Like, fuck off. I'm not gonna answer that question. I don't want to. What is this? What's happening? Mughal. Asking a stream is the worst version of DuckDuckGo. What's happening? Why is this happening? What's happened? Has someone like hate quote tweeted me and said, everybody go into djmuel's stream and ask him stupid questions? I'm obviously Alex Jones's conscience. I don't know what's going on. Dougal, Jugal, Moogle. Fucking hell. I'm like, no, I don't want to. No, I'm not. Listen, you fuckers are not making me check Twitter. I'm not doing it. Right. We're watching the film. We're watching the thing. We're watching it.
Factors which embody the currently accepted answer to the problem of the legitimacy of patriarchy. Hegemonic masculinity is not static, but responsive to changes.
Oh, greed. Bi people are greedy by 2.8% of the dateable people pool. It's hardly greedy to be able to date around 2.8% of people. Okay, thanks for explaining, Siberian Blue.
In the conditions of patriarchy. Most men do not embody the hegemonic ideals, but they still benefit from the
Deeves, Jeeves, Meeves.
That advantages men in general through the subordination of women. Their masculinity is complicit. Hegemonic masculinity dominates certain groups of men, notably gay men, with political and cultural exclusion, legal and street violence, and so on. These subordinate masculinities often have blurry boundaries with femininity. In addition, subordinate classes and racial minorities.
Thank you, Elsie-mun. That's right. Ask Jeeves nuts.
These marginalised masculinities provide excellent
Jeeves nuts,
such as black athletes to be appropriated by the dominant group, as well as controlling images such as black men as rapists, which makes white middle-class masculinity appear more legitimate. Therefore, marginalisation is always relative to the authorisation of the hegemonic masculinity of the dominant group.
So while we can say that there is a dominant form of hegemonic masculinity...
Listen, I know a bit about Alex Jones, right? I do know. I am a leftist, so it's not, you know, I get it. If Jack2889 has come from fucking, I don't know, YouTube, right? My YouTube VODs or something like that. Imagine watching me... Imagine watching me on YouTube and going like, oh, great, I've never been to a stream before. Let's ask the guy that I've watched VODs of. Let's ask him if, you know, let's just ask him what he thinks about the Alex Jones stuff. And I just pop off. I'm just like, why are you asking me questions? Fuck off. What a great first experience. Shut up. Piss off. Why are you coming here? Look at all these people in my chat saying things. You're so annoying. Shut up.
Which is
trying to watch this video. Fuck off.
Rooted in the divisions of labour in capitalist society.
What is this? What's happening? What am I doing? Streaming is so weird. Streaming is like so weird. Like as a concept, it's so mental, isn't it? Like, I'm sat here, and I've got, like, all these people in the chat that I'm like, I'm fine with you, or, like, talking amongst yourselves, saying all this funny stuff, and someone comes in and asks a legitimate question that you know, and it's just annoyed me. Mule irrationally angry at being live on stream instead of just watching the video on his own. I'm so mad. Why are you... Mule, do you think you're being a lion in a fight? No, fuck off. Who cares? Shut up. Mule, what do you think of the, you know, the concept of time? Shut up.
Push domination and breadwinning as the gendered ideal for masculinity.
A man provides for his family. He does it because he's a man.
There are simultaneously multiple subordinate and subaltern forms of masculinity,
right,
which both shape and are shaped by this dominant hegemonic form.
Yeah.
Take, for example, homonormative gay masculinities, whereby certain largely middle class, largely white gay men conform to an image of normality. They may, I don't know, get married, work corporate jobs, form a nuclear family, and often still explore
Miel, what's your preferred model of the universe? Fuck off.
To generally racialized and migrant women. Oftentimes they're really hostile to queer ways of being, which are weird, which aren't normal to society as a whole. And so subaltern masculinities like this ultimately serve to uphold the ideals of hegemonic masculinity and ultimately patriarchy, namely the nuclear family, but often to the gender division of labour. Hegemonic masculinity, hegemony in general, has taken something which was formerly oppositional to it, gay subjectivities, and reshaped it in such a way so that it is no longer oppositional, no longer a threat to it, but actually, in weird ways, supports it. As Stuart Hall argues, hegemony is never complete and never stable, but it's always looking for ways to reform and reassert itself. So let's take a deeper look at how hegemonic and subaltern masculinities interact.
Mule, you're a streamer, a service provider, I'm entitled to blah blah blah. I wasn't even listening to that then because I'm trying to fucking figure out if someone has like quote tweeted me. I fucking hate the internet. It's ridiculous. Do you know what happened, chat? The other day, a friend DM'd me with this. Right? What is this? What is that? Who is that? Who's this? What's going on here? What does this even mean? People have become obsessed with me to the point where I'm being used in memes that have no relation to anything I've ever actually said. What's going on? You know, there are some people out there that say that people like me, or like people who criticize certain people, right, have got like a derangement syndrome, right? That's what they say. They say that you've got, insert name here, derangement syndrome. And that for some reason we follow people and make stuff up about what they say, and we're mentally ill because we're obsessed with them and stuff like that. It's weird that, isn't it? It's almost like projection when you see shit like this.
In his study, Hassan tracks the ways in which masculinity is
very normal, very normal people,
much like migrant
very
women,
fucking normal
often
people,
perform the gendering, the feminized, and racializing socially reproductive labor in the global north for middle class and, you know, increasingly actually working class families. As many social reproduction theorists have pointed out, global flows of migration are a site of creation.
No, it is malicious. It is malicious. That one particular thing, it is malicious. And I know it is.
Of a gendered global proletariat as the international division of reproductive labour becomes increasingly important for the reproduction of the global...
It's false advertising too. Facial hair development takes way longer than 5 years, right? Especially the fucking, like this. Like fucking this. You know what I mean?
System of neoliberal capitalism. Basically...
Right, listen, I'm going back in the video because I wasn't even fucking watching it because I was trying to figure out if fucking twats who were just extremely obsessed with me have, like, you know, been like, djmuel's streaming, let's go bother him. You know. No, I know about that, Croaky. I know about that. But it's just nonsense, isn't it, that they'd use my picture for that? Like, what? Absolutely obsessed, unhinged nonsense.
Productive labour to generally racialised and migrant women. Oftentimes they're really hostile to queer ways of being, which are weird, which aren't normal to society as a whole. And so subaltern masculinities like this ultimately serve to uphold the ideals of hegemonic masculinity and ultimately patriarchy. Namely,
right, exactly, Sabine. That'd rock.
To the gender division of labour. Hegemonic masculinity, hegemony in general, has taken something which was formerly oppositional to it, gay subjectivities, and reshaped it in such a way so that it is no longer oppositional, no longer a threat to it, but actually, in weird ways,
basically
supports
Cynthia,
it. As Stuart Hall argues, hegemony is never complete and never stable, but it's always looking for ways to reform and reassert itself. So let's take a deeper look at how hegemonic and subaltern masculinities interact. In his study, Hassan tracks the ways in which masculinities manifest within migrant men who, much like migrant women, often perform the gendering, the feminized, and racializing socially reproductive labour in the global north for middle class and, you know, increasingly actually working class families. As many social reproduction theorists have pointed out, global flows of migration are a site of creation of a gendered global proletariat as the international division of reproductive labour becomes increasingly
I knew someone was going to say that. I knew someone. Wow, I thought Hassan was just a streamer. Pretty cool he did that. No, not that Hassan. There's more Hassans in the world than just that guy.
Reproduction of the global system of neoliberal capitalism. Basically, as reproductive labour has become increasingly...
Oh, I know, Cynthia. Yeah, I know. I know.
Similar processes as other commodities. And
the funniest thing about that, right? The funniest thing about that, like Cynthia's saying, you know, someone did a reaction to one of my videos, right? And it's got 10,000 more, like, or 10 times the amount of views that my video's got. And a lot of the views on my video are actually hate views, right? Where people have just come in and commented and gone, you're a pedo, or like you're a groomer, or you're an abuser and shit like that, right? But what's funny about that is in the comments, people are laughing, going, oh, there's so many comments here. There's loads of there's more comments than there are views. But yeah, of course there are. You fucking nerd. Like, what do you expect? Like, when a fucking massive streamer has watched my video and called me all these, like, horrible things, and you're here doing the thing that he wants you to do by doing that. Of course that's the case. Why is that surprising? Do you know what I mean?
Under neoliberal capitalism, which is that it's been exported to global south subjects, in this case migrant men and women.
Ha! Oh, there's a tweet, there's a comment of someone who agrees with djmuel and it's got loads of dislikes. Yes, yes it has. Because someone with a fucking huge audience has fucking, like, tried to fucking basically, oh, just nonsense. I don't even want to get into it. It's just so stupid.
And cheapened for consumption.
Yeah, water is wet.
And the effect
shock,
of
horror.
Performing such feminized labor on migrant men is a really interesting insight into how masculinities form. It shows the ways in which hegemonic masculinity constantly seeks to reaffirm itself and reaffirm the gender divisions of labor. Take this quote, which says that for these men,
the destabilizing of patriarchal privileges and downgrading of social mobility,
oh, same Cynthia, yeah,
combine with the gendered implications of entering a feminized job in the domestic sphere, often under female authority. At the same time, migrant men can hierarchies and values at home, and some can also withdraw from domestic or care services.
No, actually water isn't wet. It's the molecules and it's the way they interact with your body. So actually water isn't actually wet. Shut up!
In search of better job opportunities.
So the repeated performance of feminized gendering labor might, at first appear for migrant men to be a disruption of the hegemonic masculine order, but by reaffirming the gender division of labor at home, the subaltern masculinity is folded into hegemonic masculinity and the division of labor is maintained. And while not all
Right, exactly, Shafiq, right? The overwhelming amount of Asian men who get work cleaning and cooking. And it's like, right, so these things that are seen in society as feminine, one particular type of man is, overwhelmingly used, I guess, in some cases, but also like forced into roles that have that attachment to femininity. So they're not actually seen as proper masculine men, right?
Reproductive work is feminized. Many migrant men are engaged in so-called non-nurturing labor, which tends to be less feminized. Things like janitorial work or gardening work. But even with the performance of feminized socially productive labor, migrant men often find ways of eschewing a kind of feminized performativity while they...
What the, yeah, not a good idea to put stuff like that in the chat, Cynthia. Not a good idea to put stuff like that in the chat. Let's not do that. No, it's okay. It's feminine and unskilled. What was I gonna fucking say then? Jesus Christ. Can't fucking remember. Right, forgot. Completely forgot.
They do it. For example, men doing care roles often...
Oh yeah! One of the things that, like, extremely annoys me all the fucking time is that, like, so, like, preschool sort of nursery jobs are always, like, done, like, mostly done by women. And if a man does it, all the other men down at the pub are all like, that's a bit sus, isn't it? He's working with kids. Oh, working with kids. Oh, must be a pedo. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, what are you talking about? You're acting like, A, women can't be pedophiles, and B, that because they've entered into this, like, what's seen as feminine job role, that the only reason that they would do it is to get close to children so they could abuse them. It's nonsense.
Benefit from a kind of authority effect, whereby they're seen as, like, exceptional for their existence within a care work position. Like I said earlier, the notion of me, a man, doing cooking and cleaning is seen as, like, an exceptional achievement or something. And this is why, while migrant women often tend to
have
a slight edge on migrant men in trying to get jobs in the reproductive labour market, they still tend to have lower wages. And even outside of migrant labour, we can see this sort of effect take place. Like, for example, while teaching is a disproportionately feminised job, the role of head teacher, of a principal teacher, is disproportionately held by men, by male subjects.
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
These positions of authority mean that the domination of masculinity inherent to our current form of hegemonic masculinity is maintained while it might appear to be subverted. Similarly, Hassan argues that in order to reaffirm
the inferior or minority status of subordinate men, in the workplace men often engage with body-based masculine stereotypes which differently contribute to the constructed gender occupational cultures and, in the process of gendered subjectivity,
What 88 says. So this guy's mad that migrants are working entry-level jobs? What does he suggest? We have migrant police officers and migrant military members? I don't understand his rationale here. Maybe he thinks that we should all shit in a ditch and have a paedophile film it and upload it to TikTok. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Fucking shut the fuck up.
are generated through interaction and resistance.
Yeah, I'm fucking smart, me.
Kind of machismo, again. It's kind
I've just come into this video, I'm going to assume that this 5 fucking second sentence is like, yeah, that's what it means. Oh, well, maybe we should have migrant presidents. Then, maybe what we should do is we should have migrant presidents, if that's what this guy likes. You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up.
Macho stuff about, like, body-based performance shows how men performing such feminized roles, they don't necessarily...
Hey, Skidada, what's going on?
...the dominant hegemonic...
Can I get a shout-out for Skidada, please?
In certain ways, reinforce it. But
Shafiq.
We've got to be careful here. We shouldn't push such points too far and apply it across the board evenly, because many racialized men are excluded from such benefits of masculinity.
And you see, that's how you can tell the difference between someone like Ravlaw, right, who we had a good faith interaction with, and we understood that there was just a misunderstanding and a miscommunication going on, and this guy's in the chat, literally like, just saying something that isn't happening in the video. That's how you can tell. That's how you can tell. That's how you do it, chat. That's how you figure that shit out.
Within social reproductive labour. For example, blackmail...
Trying to derail the conversation so that nothing gets done. That's how you can tell.
Nurses are often construed as...
Hey, Vexed Thoughts, how you doing?
Hypersexualized threat within the workplace, while their competence at engaging in that work is constantly questioned. Such racialized dimensions have an effect both on...
Right, Skidada, yeah.
...of hegemonic masculinities, of middle-class male employers of domestic labour, who engage in this sort of labour like via employment and view themselves as sort of protectors of the family unit from a kind of hyper-sexualised racial threat that they might face.
See, I got business associates who are black, and they don't want my son with their daughters, and I don't want their sons with mine.
You've been with a guy for 3 years who's been taking care of you. You're a couple. He's been paying the bills, looking after you. He slept with some idiot girl he doesn't care about anymore, and you're gonna go bang fucking Pedro.
Fucking Pedro.
God, it's so fucking funny that Andrew Tate got banned. Oh, that's so fucking funny. And Sneeko as well. It's just absolutely great. It's just so good to see, like, you know, that sort of time frame in it. You know what I mean? Like, Andrew Tate started, like, you know, getting a bit popular, and then a couple of months later, bam, Dunyan rings. Do you know what I mean? Fucking brilliant. Same with Sneeko, getting a little bit popular, boom, Dunyan rings. Let's fucking go. You know? Maybe we should have foreign presidents. Yeah, I know a lot of immigrants who've lived longer in America and have been alive and would be better than Biden. Listen, you know, all I was trying to say with that is that that's the kind of stupid fucking, you know, argument that guy was trying to come in with, innit? The guy was trying to come in here being like, oh, maybe we should just as soon as migrants come in the country, just let him be president. And yeah, I agree. I actually agree with you. It's a mammal. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
theme within the current construction of hegemonic masculinity. But obviously this also has an effect on racialized labourers who themselves are viewed of as in need of domestication. And part of this seems to be quelling this kind of hypersexualized physical threateningness of foreign men, and instead making sure that they conform to patriarchal hegemonic ideals.
The training of migrant men thus involves turning them into good fathers and husbands in the immigration country and encouraging them to disassociate from deviant models of migrant masculinity. Thus,
deviant models, that's right.
Care workers aim at transforming their personal and family life, rather than
migrant masculinity is seen as deviant and wrong, not as masculine as
studies of
white middle-class people.
Focusing on female workers, which indicate that the employers want a specific kind of person for the job. The production of a good domestic care worker thus involves the domestication of migrant masculinities and cross-cuts the public-private divide to encompass his personal and family life.
So this quote is really useful because it highlights how the performance of certain tasks isn't enough for the production of subaltern masculinities within patriarchal hegemonic masculine orders. So instead, and in line with our social reproduction theory critique, which highlights the role of certain subjectivities associated with certain kinds of labour, migrant men are forced via both often violent coercion and consent, because, as Hassan points out, migrant men themselves sometimes felt the need to change their ways of being and perform this certain domesticated masculinity, and so they're forced to conform to kind of hegemonic patriarchal masculine norms of the family unit and the good husband and fatherhood and all that. And it's here we can see that there's a real disciplinary function of hegemonic masculinity.
Hey Johnny, what's going on?
Within patriarchal capitalism. Conforming to hegemonic masculinity allows migrant men access to the labour market, but those who don't conform still continue to be viewed of as threats and hyper-exploited within the realms of socially reproductive labour that they can get access to. Upholding the nuclear family in which patriarchs dominate is...
Sorry, there is an echo. I'm sorry.
Gender
I would just very quickly
upon which capitalist patriarchy
managing my own ban requests.
Here we can see how
Sorry about that. Sorry about that, chat. Welcome to the ADHD time. Right, so for me that was fine because I'm doing the thing. I'm the ADHD guy who's doing the thing. But to everyone else who's got ADHD in the chat, all of a sudden, brain not working right, and I apologize. I'm doing two things at once. Look at me, what a smart boy. You know,
of the family.
Let's rewind that for everyone.
The good husband and fatherhood and all that. And it's here we can see that there's a real disciplinary function of hegemonic masculinity within patriarchal capitalism. Conforming to hegemonic masculinity allows migrant men access to the labour market, but those who don't conform still continue to be viewed of as threats and hyper-exploited within the realms of socially reproductive labour that they can get access to. Upholding the nuclear family.
With certain people, there's no point, Cynthia.
Is essential in maintaining the larger scale gender division of labour upon which capitalist patriarchy rests. And thus here we can see how discipline and violence is used to uphold hegemonic patriarchal masculinity and patriarchal capitalism itself. So just to sum up this long ass section, which is the longest sort of section of this whole video, don't worry. Gender is reproduced via the repeated performance of certain gendered activities like socially reproductive labour, which is largely feminized.
Right, Shafiq.
Hegemonic masculine ideas have been traditionally associated with the productive sphere of labour, whereby wage labour and providing for the family and being a breadwinner.
That's right, Husker.
Masculinity, which is committed to the nuclear family and of dominating and a masculine domination of that nuclear family.
Isn't breakfast ready yet?
Productive work is
that fucking sucks, mammal.
Society, and so those who perform that productive labour are also valued more highly in society. But hegemonic masculinity is relational in that it is defined by its relation with femininity and with other subaltern masculinities. In examining the role of migrant masculinities, we can see how the performance of traditionally feminized social reproductive labour by migrant men doesn't necessarily disrupt the hegemonic patriarchal order.
Right.
But through things like performing domination as part of that labour, or reinforcing patriarchal domination within the home or the family, migrant men can actually reinforce hegemonic masculinity while performing feminized labour. So in this next section, we're going to look at what performing that masculinity and failing to perform that masculinity actually feels like.
This is like a huge thing, right? Am I a real man, right? As a cis guy, it's kind of like, you know that you're a guy, right? You know that you're a guy. Like, in terms of, like, you're not questioning your actual gender or biological body, right? Do you know what I mean? Or anything like that, yeah? Hey, Beanie Gaby, what's going on? Yeah, shaking your SMH, I agree. Same, to be honest. But a lot of the time, it's like, I have had these sort of, like, thoughts in my head, especially since school, where it's like, yeah, I just do not fit in with, like, men. Like, I am a man. And that's fine. I know that. Do you know what I mean? I'm not one of these guys that's like, you know, you hear about these guys who are like, probably definitely trans, who have said like, oh yeah, I thought about how good it would be to be a woman, but then I realized you can't do that, so I just settled on being a man. It's not like that. It's like, you know, I've never had those thoughts in the first place, right? But it's different to that. It's like, you know that you're a guy, you're comfortable with your gender and stuff, but you don't feel like you're with the in crowd of men. And I think that every man has this, unless they are deep in the source of the toxic masculine world, where they like lie to themselves every day. And I think you see this a lot in like older men, because you tend to see like older men like get not sort of like, they kind of lose the toxicity as they get older. I've seen this with a couple of men. For some people it gets worse, don't get me wrong, but my dad, for example, he's absolutely a perfect example of this. He used to be extremely toxic, right? Very sort of patriarchal, very sort of misogynist, and you know, just like that, right? But as he's got older, all that's just disappeared, and he's chilled the fuck out so much, and he's like not bothered about like having fights or anything like that, you know what I mean? And he's not bothered about like, you know, saying he has the most sex or the best sex or he's got the fittest bird or anything like that, you know what I mean? It's like, and that's the thing too. I don't know if John's going to bring this up, but like a lot of masculinity and a lot of sort of, well, actually, no, he has brought it up because it is about domination, and this relates to domination. But a lot of masculinity, toxic masculinity, is about, have you got the most attractive wife, right? The most attractive woman kind of thing, which is a nonsense concept, isn't it? Because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Genuinely, it is. That's just a fact, isn't it? It's subjective. It's completely subjective. You know, some people say, like, my partner's the most beautiful person I've ever met in the world. And you look at them and you're like, mid. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, no, it's ridiculous. That's nonsense, right? So I think so. I feel so out of place with your average cishet guy. I'm like, this is another species. Yeah, same. It's just not like, I don't feel like that. Yeah, it's about conquest. That's an act of dominion, isn't it? It's like you're dominating your fellow men. Yeah. That's like, you know, asking as a non-binary, what's the thing that makes you think that you're cis despite not fitting in with the mold? I'm fine with being called a man. I don't have any rejection of being a man or anything like that. Like, I'm literally fine with it. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. I feel comfortable presenting as a man. Yeah, that's it basically. But you know, it is literally, that's what it is. It's like property. It's like dominating your fellow man and being like, I've got the best. Do you know what I mean? I've got the best one. I've found the best one, right? And that's that. Fit, like, yeah, so fit is British for attractive. That's what it is. Which is also fatphobic, isn't it? That's just come up in my head. Oh my God. Yeah, of course it is. Fucking hell. Beauty is a social capital, even if it's not your own technically. That's right, yeah. Men are seduced, women are conquered. Exactly. Yes. Yes. It's all about that idea of domination and stuff, which is upsetting because there's an overwhelming amount of men out there who like to be dominated and they can't accept it. You know? That, isn't it? Yeah, women aren't property to be evaluated and, you know, to say how much of a man someone is. It's horrid. It is horrid, that. Yeah, it really is.
When I was 20, I worked in this nightclub in Edinburgh on George Street. So it was like really like kind of posh and filled with Tories, mainly filled with hen parties, bachelorette parties for the Americans in the audience. It was a terrible job, a really terrible job. But the worst part of it were these hen parties. Walking through this club, collecting glasses, you'd be constantly harassed, just over and over harassed by these.
Oh, content warning for sexual assault here. Thank you. Hell to pay. Appreciate that. I know what's coming because this has happened to me. So content warning here, everyone, for sexual assault. If this is something that you're not going to be up for listening to today, leave the video in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're pressing play.
Middle-class women who would touch you, slap your ass, fucking grab your genitals, and like even at the time and for years later, I kind of shrugged it off. Like it was more of an annoyance than anything else. Like
This happened to me loads of times when I was working in gay clubs. Unfortunately, because of course, straight people or even non-straight Hindus just feel like queer men are lesser. And so because they're lesser in the masculine, I feel like that's where he's going to go with this, but like queer men are seen as lesser in the masculinity hierarchy, and therefore it doesn't matter. You could just you could just feel the knob, you could just grab the dick, you could just slap their ass and shit like that. It's fucking horrible.
Wasn't in danger from these women, not really, and to be honest, I kind of felt embarrassed. So
I've heard fit not used in relation with fitness, just attractive. No. But the implication that someone being fit means that they're attractive means that they're not fat, doesn't it? Because fit comes from fitness, and being fit, it's not its own word that just came out of nowhere. It comes from fitness and being fit.
So I shrugged it off. But over time, I began to feel more upset and angry that this sexual harassment.
Or do you mean you've like never heard it related? Oh, he's a pretty fit guy. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, he's very fit. Because I've heard people say that. I've heard people use the word fit to actually mean, what do you call it, athletic and stuff. If that's what you meant, sorry if I've got you wrong there. But that's kind of what I was getting at with the fat phobia thing. Yeah, you could be fit in you could be like healthy and fat, exactly, yeah.
To happen at my workplace over and over again over the course of the summer. And it's not as if nobody knew. Everybody knew. Every single male member of staff had this happen to them. But none of these women were ever spoken to about it. Never mind, like, chucked out of the club. Their money was more important than our right.
Very British adrenaline, yeah.
In the workplace. And I imagine if I'd ever said anything to them, if I've ever like stood up for myself, I would have probably have been fired. Them being rich women afforded them the privilege to sexually harass us. And because we were men, we were expected to kind of like it. We were expected to enjoy
right,
the
Cynthia,
attention.
yeah.
We were expected to always want sex or always want sexual contact. So
These women just couldn't fathom that they were touching us without our consent, that they were sexually harassing us. But this notion that we always want sex is so internalized in men that for us to feel violated by this feels like a violation of masculinity.
So this, and content warning here for child sexual assault, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? This exact thing here that John's talking about, that is like men are all already for sex, like there's sex, it's sex time for men, like men, they just need sex all the time. They're sex, that's what they're made, like they're always up for sex all the time, right? Is the main reason why I couldn't accept that I was sexually abused as a kid by women, because it was by women, until I was 28. Might have been a bit earlier, might have been 27, I don't know, but 27 happened when I was 13 first, and then it happened when I was 17 again. You know, it's you don't want to fucking admit it, because it's like, no, well, I did it, I did want sex, and I had it and I enjoyed it. Do you know what I mean? Because it doesn't feel like a violent, you know what I mean, sort of attack thing, right? And it's horrific, that, because that is the patriarchy that makes us feel that way. And it happens for so long. You know, yeah, these right-wingers talking about like, oh, LGBTQIA plus people are grooming kids to be LGBTQIA plus. No, the cishet patriarchy is grooming people, especially men, to just be like sexual as soon as they can understand it. It's fucked. It's fucked. My close male friend at the same time said he was jealous. Listen, I had to watch my dad go through this bizarre, you know, mental problem where he was literally like, you know, when he first heard about it, it was like, hey, get in there, son, right? But then later on, he was fucking, what do you call it? Like, just like fucking crestfallen. He couldn't handle it. He was like losing his mind about it. It gets projected on teens so hard. Like, whenever you read a female teacher rapes a teen boy, absolutely vile. Right, exactly. Yeah. What's this? Bad ST says, here we go, chat. Love this. Isn't it fun? This is always good, isn't it? When I'm talking about something extremely sensitive, something like my own, you know, child sexual abuse. And Bad ST, first time chatter, comes in the chat and says, how can bisexual be communist? If in USSR people was prisoned for being gays, there was a law against gays. Same happens now in North Korea. How can you support this anti-human ideology? I don't know, but your dad does. He told me when I fucked him last night. Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye. Go outside. Yeah. Ever heard of Cuba, mate? That was a low effort. That was a low effort troll retort. You know what I mean? That was a low effort. Oh yeah, that was like a weird sort of mix, right? Of like, the boss. Is it boss or boss? I forgot, because no one ever uses the meme anymore. I used it the other day, right? I had a good. Okay, good. I'm glad it had a good punch. I'm glad some people found it funny. But that is actually like, it's like a difference of the. Oh, you dislike society, but you participate in it. How curious. I'm very intelligent. It was like that, but like a different version of that, wasn't it? Right?
It feels like a failure of masculinity. So reflecting on these things hurts twice.
Oh, yeah. I think about boys who get abused by female teachers, and the Facebook comments are like, good for him. It's fucking disgusting. Right? You know. Like, these conversations are not had enough. I have to say this, right? And this is like, it sounds like I'm being a men's rights activist when I say this, and that's why it's so upsetting that men's rights activists exist, yeah? However, the problem is that these conversations don't happen enough on the online left. They don't. So I'm hoping to sort of like change that. Do you know what I mean? I'm literally hoping to change that, because I do think that as you know, men, we can offer solace to other men who feel like they might be, you know, chastised simply for being like cis-het and men, but not have any other harmful opinions. Do you know what I mean? Because I think that a lot of men feel like that. And I think that goes with the masculinity problem as well. I think it goes with like, you know, the need to sort of appear to be like big and shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Well, this is it. Feminists are men's rights activists. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem. Men's rights activists have like pissed all over that idea, isn't it? So like being a feminist, you should absolutely be like, men need to divorce themselves from the patriarchy. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Use a spot on in it. You know what I mean? Abso-fucking-lutely. Every stream, every tweet, you're already doing it, changing things. Someone sees it who needs to see it. I hope so. Yeah, I hope so. I do hope so. I imagine that's probably the case. But yeah, appreciate that.
Through the acts themselves, but also through my failure at masculinity for not liking it. It's perverse, really. I want to talk about what it feels like at performing masculinity, and what it feels like to fail at performing masculinity, and what the function of those feelings is. So first, I think it's important to know what it feels like when you perform hegemonic masculinity well, because it can make you feel like kind of big, like important and domineering, like the swimming pool story. Before my brother shot me down, I felt like big and I felt powerful. I felt excited. It felt like I'd done something important, because in my mind, in the mind of me as a 10-year-old child, is that I'd been a man. I'd achieved this thing, this masculinity. And this sort of momentary elation of performing masculinity well can actually be extremely dangerous and can lead to some really damaging behaviours.
I'll hit you so hard in the face you'll be shitting teeth. Go right ahead. I can see the headlines right now.
I mean, I've definitely entertained fantasies about like winning arguments or like intellectually dominating folks, which has led to some, you know, regrettable behaviours in the past. That's one of the reasons why I think like debate culture on YouTube is like so pervasive and such bullshit, is because it rests on this sort of hegemonic masculine ideal of like intellectually dominating people.
Yep.
Anderson, don't talk out loud. You love.
Why is it that these fucking communities are so obsessed with, for example, the fact that if I defended Bad Bunny, aka Kira Chats, in my video, right, they're obsessed with the idea that I would only do that because I want to have sex with her. Weird how these communities end up extremely misogynist, isn't it?
Lower the IQ of the whole street.
That masculinized domination, it feels good. It can be
absolutely
addictive.
macho nonsense.
I can understand
yeah.
why people get addicted like to that feeling, and that sort of way in which this feeling good, this good.
Even if who cares? Well, I do want to just push back on that a little bit, because you should not be making videos defending people because you want to have sex with someone. That's a bad thing to do. It's bad from the start, from the get-go. That's a bad foundation to build your house on. It's going to sink in sand if you do that. So don't do that. It'll turn out very badly for everyone involved. But you know, right? Yeah, that's what the debate bro shit is all about. Like, my brain is bigger than yours. You know what I mean? I'm so much smarter than you. I'm the smartest boy. I'm the biggest, smartest boy. You know?
Addictive feeling about placing yourself in dominant position, I think plays a part in how, like, those sort of...
Oh, right. I think I see what you mean, Cynthia.
Men,
yeah.
like Andrew Tate talk about women. Women are viewed of as, like, simultaneously a threat to these men and, like...
Exactly, Commander Styles. Also, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Them. And this
different form of domination, yeah.
Not living up to this unattainable myth of masculinity drives these men to constantly try to place themselves in like a dominant position.
Not sure what that voice was. It was vaguely corping. I'm just doing like a general like fucking dickhead voice. You know what I mean? Like when someone thinks they're being really smart, but they're just like a weasel. You know what I mean? Just like, you think, what do you, I can't believe you're gay and you support communism. Like, bro, you're 12. You're obviously 12 years old. Shut up. You know? Pop Culture Detective has a good video about the character of Waymond in Everything Everywhere All at Once, but traditional masculinity. Are you Waymond? Is that the husband? Sorry, I shouldn't say weasel. What's another word for like a fucking twat? Just like a liar. You know what I mean? A manipulative liar. Well, you know that Caleb Maupin is like that, isn't he? Yeah, he is. It does describe Maupin, though. I know it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's the husband. Yeah, he does. He does. He does. Why shouldn't you say weasel? So, listen, I don't understand this entirely, right? I don't understand this entirely, but I'm not a vegan, right? I'm not a vegan. Listen, this isn't something I'm going to start banning people in chat for either, by the way. I don't think it's like a... Do you know what I mean? It's quite obvious when someone's using stuff like this in context and, you know, stuff like that. But it's basically, it's known as speciesism, and it's like dehumanizing, not dehumanizing, but sort of like diminishing the value of animals and stuff, isn't it? Like, if you call someone a weasel, saying that like weasels are weaselly and like to, you know, trick people and stuff like that, it's, you know, it's not right, because that's not what weasels are. You know, men do that. Humans, it's humans that do that. But yeah, it's just it's something that I'm trying to change my language with. I'm not going to get mad if people don't do that in my chat or anything like that, but it's something I'm trying to do, because I do think that there's some truth to it, you know? It's whatever, isn't it? It's like, you know, if we try and do that, then that'd be great. Maybe we could, you know, maybe we could change some stuff. Shit heel is a good substitute, yeah. You know what I mean? Look, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make mistakes with that as well, you know what I mean? But I think it's, you know what I mean? I think that context is important, and I think that, like, yeah, if we're making stuff like that, you know, the age-old calling cops pigs insults pigs, right? Exactly, yeah. You know. Yeah, lots of us don't connect it to the animal and stuff like that, and lots of us aren't being these, like, horrible, meat-eating, carnivore dickheads when we say that, do you know what I mean? So I do think that, like, yeah, of course, context is fine, and that's why I'm not going to, like, enforce it in my chat or anything like that, but I do think it's something that we should, you know, at least consider. I think it's something, you know, that has got value, absolutely.
You know, discounting women's opinions or referring to themselves as high-value men, any number of, like, simultaneously, like, pathetically sad and deeply dangerous notions.
The easiest way to be a high-value man is a man who's capable of violence.
It's as Bell Hooks,
I know, yeah, mistakes, how dare you?
Of violence that patriarchy does is men's self-mutilation as they abandon and forgo real love so that we can practice domination instead. And this sort of speaks to the other side of the addictive kind of good feeling of performing masculinity when you, in the brief moments when you do it well, and speaks to the sort of real feelings of failure where you don't live up to the masculinity.
Hopefully this doesn't affect my love for the 90s cartoon I Am Weasel, starring Star Trek's Michael Dorn. What? I didn't know that there was a Star Trek actor doing the voice of I Am Weasel. And I thought it was I Am Weasel. Is that like a... It is. No, it's not. It's I Am Weasel. That's the Mandela effect right there. Oh my God. Do you remember this show? I Am Weasel. It was. I don't want to get this on the thing because the... Can you get banned for like a cartoon arse? I don't want to show that on the stream just in case, you know what I mean? This was made by like the same guy. Yeah, IR Baboon. That was the other one. IR Baboon. He was a baboon, wasn't he? Like all the Cow and Chicken, there was just so many arses. What was with all the arses in those cartoons? It was just everyone had their arse out. Like the devil had his arse out. The cow had her arse out. What's that about? Why was that? David Feiss. Fucking weirdo. Here we go. Here's the guy. I Am Weasel. The weasel was literate. The baboon was not, right? Dunno, couldn't be asked to figure it out. Badum tish. Well done. That was very funny. The barely disguised fetishes of the animators. Surely this falls under the Donald Duck rules. What is the Donald Duck rules? What is that? What is the Donald Duck rules? Do you know what I've still got here? Do you know what I've still got here? I've still got this. I've still got this. I've still got Beam Me Up Soft Boy. This is so fucking funny. Do you listen to some of Bicep's stuff? Fuck sending nudes, send songs, but don't let me stop you. Sorry, I just... Heavy ADHD today. So, if I see something like this, I'm definitely going to get distracted. I love the description here as well. It says, screenshots like these are entwined deeply into the roots of Beam Me Up Soft Boy. It's neutral. It's largely inoffensive. It has the phrase, fuck sending nudes, in it. And it mentions Bicep. What more could you want? Cheerful men like this are the reason I started the page. Sadly, though, it feels like they're getting rarer and rarer these days. Sort of like men who stand up when a woman enters the room. You can just interlude to this Instagram page anytime, Mule, by the way. Oh, yeah, let's, let's get another one. I'm going to pick one at random. This one. That's the one I found. That's the one I landed on. I didn't even... That's not even... This isn't planned. This isn't planned. That's just what I landed on. Literally. Amazing. I'll have you know I stand, salute, and recite the national anthem every time a female enters the chamber. Me too. It is. It's like random dude generator. Yeah. It literally is. Figure out my riddle 3. You know, oh, God. I had a guy on Grindr be like that after 10 minutes. Men on Grindr are so bad. They're the worst. I get like guys who like have tapped me and then messaged me. And then after like 10 minutes, they'll be like, not your type, with a question mark. Yes, that's right. You're not my type. I don't find you attractive. That's what's happened. Yes. What do you want me to do? Come in the chat and say, sorry, no thanks, you're ugly. What do you want? You know what I mean? Sorry, you're not my type. Like, yeah, you're not my type. No one's saying that. No one's going to say, sorry, you're not my type. No answer is an answer, isn't it? Fucking hell. Absolutely absurd. You're not owed anything. He sent me a paragraph about how I was using silence as a weapon. What? Using silence as a weapon? Sure, maybe if you've been in like a 6-month relationship, but not if you've just... Do you know what I mean? What? What are you on about? Yeah, I was just having a shit. I was on TikTok. Fuck off. Yeah, maybe people aren't tethered to the app every waking minute. This is the problem, right? This is the problem, yeah, with Grindr and men. Like, men are on it. It's like mostly men, right? You know, there's trans women on there, but it's mostly men. And it's like, right, so you've got these men, and they're like, what they do is when they're horny, and I know this because this is what I do, right? When they're horny, they go, I know, I'll go on Grindr, and I'll message some guys, see if there's anyone around the corner that wants to fuck, and I'll also just have a look at all the nudes that men have sent me, and then I'll have a wank, right? That's normally what happens. And in fact, normally what happens is you do that second bit, and then you just go to sleep because you've had a wank and you're not horny anymore, and that's it, right? But then you get some men who are like, they get on there and they're horny, and it's like, I need sex now. Like, what in their head, they're just like, sex now, sex now. And so they just message everyone. They're like, yo, what you doing? Yo, what you up to? Yo, what's going on? Or like, hey, like in everyone's inbox. And if they don't get a response in 2 minutes, they lose the fucking mind. They're like, no, I need sex now. It's horrible.
Nice ideal.
I am a man, and
You started doing that, actually. I also extract some twisted pleasure. If you don't want to hear the truth, don't keep asking. I know. That's true.
No, you don't. I'm irrelevant. No, go away. I'm irrelevant. I'm irrelevant. I'm irrelevant.
Like in the pool story, the flip side to my very momentary, brief form of feeling of elation of performing masculinity was the massive letdown and humiliation.
You were confirming he's a cis aloe. I am.
Shot down that notion. Similarly, and maybe more seriously, part of the feeling of being groped and harassed by hen parties, as I said, was I think like in part tied to a feeling of shame that I hadn't performed masculinity properly. I'd been the one who was dominated, and I was, you know, supposed to like being sexualized and all that stuff. Yeah, it's weird feelings, and we see these sort of like weird like maelstrom of feelings on display in those migrant men who perform feminized labor, like existing
studies on masculinity and
Johnny says, maybe late to the discussion, but I'm finding masculinity is more about being abusive, invasive, and snatching control from others. I've felt less and less comfortable within their spaces, and when I compare myself to their stereotypes, it's horrid. Yeah, he does talk about that. He does talk about that, Johnny. Earlier in the video. Again, we're more than halfway through the video now, gang. And I just want to share the... Oh, fuck. Why did I dislike it? I didn't mean to do that. I just want to... What's going on there? What for pressed? Oh, whatever. I just want to drop the link again and say, please subscribe to John the Duncan. Please give him a like. Give him a comment on the video. Let him know how you feel about the video. And, you know, tell him Mule sent you. I'm sure he'll like that as well. You know. But it's absolutely important to support our streamers. Support our video essayist friends, right? But that is right, Johnny. Yeah, that is right. He's talked about that earlier. Something you felt bubbling as you've been heading home. Yeah, absolutely. Also feel incredibly sickened about and horrid about how men act towards people I care about. Yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. Listen, like, you know, here's the thing to remember, especially like if you're like me and you're a cis man and, you know, you feel yourself disenfranchised from toxic masculinity and shit like that. But, you know, it's possible to be a man and not be like that. And that could be your version of masculinity. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do what is my version of masculinity. You know what I mean? And that can be whatever you want it to be. To be honest. Like, you could do whatever the fuck you want with it. Right? Hey, delicate friend. How's it going? But, yeah, so, you know, I would just say that. Definitely bear that in mind when thinking about this stuff. Because it's very easy to kind of fall into that trap of being like, oh, men are fucking terrible. Men are horrible, like, fucking, like, there's no fucking point. They're all useless, right? Because that's not true, is it? Because people like me exist. People like Johnny exist. You know, FD signifier, John the Duncan, right? It's literally hashtag not all men, but used in the good faith version and not the version where men were basically excusing each other of doing sexual assault, right? You know what I mean? So anyway, but actually, I'm going to take this opportunity, chat, to run to the toilet real quick. Take that yourself. Get yourself in a fucking whatever. Stretch your legs, take your meds, all that. You know, have fun. Enjoy yourself, right? Oh. Okay, I'm back. Music's gone. Right. Hey, Risky Verse. I don't know if I said hi to you. Where am I at? Delicate Friend says, I struggled immensely with this question of what my version of masculinity was. I was very alienated by macho culture, especially because you grew up somewhere where it was very prevalent. In my case, it turned out to be a woman, so I don't know what insight I can have when it comes to resolving that issue. Just become a woman. Just do that instead. No, like, you know, it's... not become a woman. Obviously, I'm not... You know what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to minimize the trans experience there, but you know what I mean. Just like, yeah, just be a woman. So, you know, yeah, but like, you know, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to like be the man that can be like, yeah, like, you know, you can actually have whatever masculinity you want, and you can not be like a horrible toxic bastard, and you can treat women well and all that. Do you know what I mean? Just literally just be a nice guy and it's fine, and not be like the kind of nice guy that's like, I deserve women. You know, you could be like, you know, it's like Noah Samson talks about this. FD Signifier talks about this. It's like you can just be like a guy that's cool. And like, isn't that what like most men just want? Isn't that what just like most people want in general? Just to like be cool. And generally speaking, if you just get that like bare minimum stuff out of the way of like, you know, not, you know, staring at women in the street, not like, you know, demeaning them, like making them feel like objects, or like, you know, trying to be like the most domineering guy in the room, or whatever, for whatever reason, if you're trying to be the smartest guy in the room, or if you're trying to be like the sexiest guy in the room, or the funniest guy in the room, like none of that matters. You know what I mean? All that matters is literally like, if you are happy and comfortable and safe in general, and the people around you feel like that too, right? Just be normal. Hey, Kiri. Yeah, dudes can, as they say, in fact, rock. That's correct. You can just rock, right? I think we've spent a lot of time thinking about and testing the boundaries of the concept. Oh, sorry. I find a lot of very nuanced takes on femininity and masculinity come from trans and non-binary folk. I think because we spent a lot of time thinking about and testing the boundaries of the concept. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking 100%. That's kind of why I said that earlier when I felt like I wasn't really explaining gender right. About sort of like, well, you know, I'm just a cis guy trying to explain gender, and I can't really do that. You know what I mean? Because I just have like, you know, I've only experienced this gender and I'm fine with it. You know, it's just fucking hell.
Yes, that men are significantly affected by classed emotion in the migratory context because of the gendered ways in which they make sense of their personhood. They experience specific challenges in handling the implications of migration and downgraded social mobility, which crucially affect their self-identification as breadwinners. While they dramatically resent the destabilization of their self-image as heads of their household due to their dependence on social benefits, their wives' employment, or their own low-paid, low-skilled jobs, and dwell nostalgically on their lost economic position or identity. Women take up the challenge of the downgraded social mobility and start all over again to sustain their household.
Hell yeah, Mark.
Scholars suggest that because femininity has not been traditionally associated with paid work, employment is more relevant to making sense of one's gendered self for men than for women. Male workers in feminized occupations may find that their choice of job is ridiculed, calling their manliness into question, or it's seen as a sign of homosexuality. Fear of stigmatization is also associated with the fact that these male workers are constructed as a sexual threat to the patients, the children, and the people they care for, and are exposed to accusations of sexual misconduct. Men working in jobs associated with caring are simultaneously sexualized, constructed as hypermasculine, and feminized. Indeed, male domestic care workers perceive an expectation to explain their employment in what's seen as an unnatural job for a man, and to prove their masculinity as well as their competence.
And what this all implies is that those feelings of elation at performing masculinity well, and the feelings of humiliation at failing at that performance, you know, assuming of course that you're not deliberately eschewing masculinity by your own choices and by your own sort of aims to do something different. These feelings of domination and humiliation aren't just a quirk of patriarchy, but an active force in maintaining it, maintaining the gendered and racialized divisions of labour on which capitalism rests. And, you know, as a reminder, the constant repeated performance of which is instrumental in the recreation of gender itself.
I do find it really interesting to hear about cis people talking more about, I don't know, active experiences of gender. All the time I spent thinking my experience with cis ones, I never expect it. In this stream, you've talked about they, them being misgendering for you, which I never really considered. It pisses me off for multiple reasons, right? When people refer to me as they, right? Not only is it extremely lazy, right? Look, it's fine. It's fine. If you're caught up in a conversation about someone and you don't know what the pronouns are, like, you know, everybody has said that, like, oh, you could just use they until you know what it is, and that's fine. I don't mind that. But it's when people who, like, know who I am, I'm like in their Twitch stream sometimes. It's some streamers, and, you know, I don't hate them for this, but it is annoying, right? They can see my pronouns there. I've got my pronouns on the fucking screen, and it says he, him, and, you know, it's not just streamers. Like, people have done this, like, you know, fucking debate nerds who've watched my video and, like, they're trying to get some debate clout by, like, you know, doing the same video that all the debate bros have done, which is like, djmuel's an abuser, right? And they refer to me as they, and it's very like, that is annoying because it's lazy. It's like, no, you know what my pronouns are, and in fact, if you're like, just, you're not being dragged into a conversation about me live or something like that, and you're like out there and you're making content about me and you're misgendering me, like, you could just find out what my pronouns are. You can look on my profile, you could go anywhere on YouTube, on Instagram, or anything like that. It's all there, right? You know what I mean? So the fact that it's like, first of all, it doesn't sit right with me being called they, them. It feels the same as being called she, her, or like any other pronoun to me. It's like, I don't like that. It doesn't work. It's not who I am. And also, it feels like a slur. Because you know what it feels like? It feels like what people have done is they've gone, that guy's queer, so he's probably one of them weird genders. So they, them. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. Feels like they're being queerphobic to me because they know I'm bi, they know I'm queer, so they're like, oh, he's probably got pronouns as well. Which is like simultaneously transphobic and queer. It's queerphobic. It's queerphobic, isn't it? Right? So, you know, dismissive at best. Well, you know, I don't want to say that because I think that at best, I think that some people sometimes just are like, oh, God. You know, I don't know. Yeah, they're trying to other you as well. Yeah, he's one of them. Right, exactly. Of course you have no hair and pronouns. Yeah. Well, you know, in a way, it kind of does feel like they're saying you're not a real man. And I'm kind of just sat here like, well, I am. Like, sorry, but I am. Like, I'm not like being like a real man as in the toxic thingy, right? Do you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, the debate bros thing. Yeah, the debate bros thing for sure. Yeah. Yeah, with what you said about dismissiveness, right? You know, yeah, it's like, you know, I don't care about being like a real man in the toxic masculinity place. But you know what I mean? That's it. Right? Yeah, you know what I'm on about, Mark. For sure. It's a queer, it's a them of the 82 genders. Yeah, literally that. Literally that. There's something comforting in knowing cis people do still have all that gender stuff in the brain and actually identify as their gender. Like, look, that's the thing. It's like, you know, I literally, you know, it just took some people are gonna be like, oh my God, ContraPoints, man, but like, whatever. The first time I guess I sort of like understood gender was when I watched a ContraPoints video, and I can't even remember which one it was, but it was like one where she was like sat there on the bed and she was like saying to like another her, I can't have sex with you, I don't know why, I feel horrible about myself, it's horrible, I don't want to look at it. And then she was talking about how like she feels her genitals were just like a horrible thing that she can't even look at. Do you know what I mean? And I was like, wow, holy shit. I kind of understood it. I was like, oh yeah. Like if I had a pussy, I would be fucking freaking the fuck out. Do you know what I mean? I would be not down for that if I just knew I was trapped with that for the rest of my life. I'd be like, fuck that. So, you know, I don't know. I guess I sort of just got that at that point. And I just related that to my own experience as like a man, right? I guess someone who's comfortable with, you know, how I was born and the hormones in my body and stuff like that. And yeah, I just feel like if every cis person can just do that for trans people, they'll understand it. Do you know what I mean? You know, and it doesn't have to necessarily be genitals. It can just be like, oh my God, imagine if you could never grow a beard. You know, or something like that. Right? This is why I think body horror is genuinely really core to the trans experience for me and a good way to explain what being trans is like for many people. Hell yeah, for sure. Delicate friend. Yeah, I could totally see that, right? With that sort of like, you know, empathized thought that I just explained there, right? You know? Dye your beard for a joke. They will use that, what again once? Wait, what? They will use that once again? I don't know. Basic perspective taking. Right, exactly, yeah. Just take a bit of a perspective and, you know, put yourself in someone else's shoes, innit, right? Anyway, that's just, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that because it's like, if that does give comfort to people, then yeah, I do want to, you know, talk about that. Like, for sure. Absolutely. Anyway, let's crack on with this. Fucking hell. How far are we into the stream here? Where are we at here? 3.5 hours. We've got half an hour. Can we do this video in half an hour? I wonder. Oh, listen, delicate friend. I want to talk. Listen. Okay, right. I'm staying paused for a minute. Sorry, everyone. I watched one of my own VODs recently. I stopped doing this a long time ago, right? Yeah, don't mind John's pause frame. Hang on. Let's help John out here. How do I do this? Right. Okay, he's closed his eyes. That's fine. Tetsuo the Iron Man, right? I watched that with a bunch of friends, and one of them's just like allo cishet guy. One of them's a trans woman. In fact, I think I was watching it with 2 trans women. Can't remember. Yeah, I watched it with 2 trans women, and I was watching it. Obviously, I'm a queer cis man, right? I was watching it because I loved Tetsuo the Iron Man. Oh, listen, you can't fucking stop me talking about Tetsuo the Iron Man. Because, listen, I loved it. Because I watched Tetsuo the Iron Man for the first time because a friend of the stream called Dime Package is a great streamer. You should go and follow him. Lovely guy, right? He mentioned Tetsuo the Iron Man. And he said something about, like, if you like Akira, you'll like that or something. I can't remember. Must have been going on about Akira on stream, right? I watched Tetsuo the Iron Man because it was on Amazon. I was like, what the fuck? During lockdown. And I watched it. And to me, it was always a story about a guy who can't accept that he's gay. That's what it felt like for me. Because, you know, there's a bit where he's like, the main bit of the film that most people refer to when they talk about Tetsuo the Iron Man is the bit where he's fucking his partner, he's fucking his girlfriend in his house, and it's like they're doing all this like crazy sex, like he's fucking her up the wall, and then like his body starts changing and he's like, and his penis turns into a drill and like all this, right? It's mental, right? Mental. And I always saw that as like a guy struggling with the fact of like, you know, I've got a girlfriend, but I can't accept that I'm like thinking about men. That's what it struck to me because that's my experience. But I guess what we do, right, is we project our queerness and our experiences onto, you know, media that we, I guess, identify is sort of trying to share those experiences with us, isn't it? And when I rewatched it with my trans friends, as I say, everyone, all the trans people were like, oh my God, this is trans as fuck. And I'm like, no, it's queer as fuck. And then I'm like, wait, no, that's, you know, of course, like queer is like, yeah, sexuality and gender. So I'm like, no, it's about sexuality. Obviously, I wasn't saying that. I was actually like, that is a good point. Like, I see it as sexuality. That's what I see it as, right? But the trans girls watching it with me were like, this is trans. This is the trans experience. And I'm like, okay, so who am I to say that that's not what that is? Do you remember when we watched the Fantastic Mr. Fox video about Batman being bisexual and about how, like, we can all have our interpretations of what a piece of media is and, like, what is going on, and it doesn't hurt anybody else to have that opinion. And I think that that's a really important thing to bring up, especially with, like, Tetsuo the Iron Man, you know, and other sort of, like, experiences like that, because obviously I'm going to have my experience, you're going to have your experience. But when my trans friends were saying, yeah, this is the trans experience, I was like, I can see that. Do you know what I mean? And it is a bit different when you're talking about a film that is quite clearly queer and you've got, like, cis-het people just being like, no, it's not. Then it's like, no, I can't identify with that because you're just rejecting it. I can't identify with your experience of the film because you're not offering your experience of the film. All you're doing is being angry and rejecting, you know what I mean, what someone else is saying about the film. So it's just like one of them. I love shit like that, delicate friend. I love shit like that. Anyway, sorry, chat. You're right. I should address the person in the chat. What is this game called? Politics? Yeah, funny. Nice beard, by the way. Rules. I'm sure that you didn't mean anything by that, but you have just clicked past the rules that says in the rule, when you click on my chat to chat in my chat, it pops up and it says, try and think of another starting message other than you're bald and you've got a beard. You know what I mean? So you've clicked past that rule. You're supposed to look at those and go, okay, I'm ready to do that. So I'm going to give you another chance. 24-hour timeout. Try again tomorrow. Come up with a better introduction to the stream. Say hi in a different way. You could try hi. Or you could try, what video are we watching, gang? You know what I mean? Something normal like that, like you would say to a person in real life. Anyway.
Working class racialized migrant men are more violently excluded from the performances and privileges of masculinity. And as such, they're more sort of ruthlessly...
That's right, delicate friend, yeah.
Things like the psychological humiliation of failing to perform masculinity, but also, importantly, through the perception...
That's right, Mammal. Nightmare on Elm Street 2, yeah.
And segregation of such men. So the question of what it feels like to perform masculinity should be maybe reframed to the questions of, like, why...
Good night, Lyra. Thank you for being here.
Good and bad to succeed and fail in...
Fingers crossed for you. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Oh, this shit! Like, this is it, isn't it? Like, this is it. Like, look at this. And, like, you'll see sometimes men will, like, try and recuperate, you know, the lack of femininity in their lives. Like, they'll be like, kiss the homies goodnight and do shit like this. Do you know what I mean? And then twat each other with a chair.
I remember when I was still in the Labour Party, campaigning for a Corbyn government, and I'd go door knocking or, like, canvassing sessions, and often the group was, like, immediately dominated by a really, like, loud, brash, domineering man, someone with a loud voice who shouted and he did the organising, and it always made me feel, like, vaguely intimidated and sort of vaguely inadequate as well.
Oh yeah, I've had that for sure.
This person in order to be an effective organiser, to work effectively in these spaces, but that's not really me. It's not how I operate. Something like about that held me back, I think. Like, it made me think, you'll never be one of the good loud organisers, so there's not really much point of you in this space. Unless you're doing this stuff, there's not much point of you. And I kind of think there's something deeply sad about that.
So I wonder how much of Jackass was toxic masculinity, because I don't remember much of it. I just remember, like, some of, like, the more intense stunts. Like, for example... I remember... No, that was Dirty Sanchez. I remember... what was that one? Fucking hell. This one wasn't intense, but this one comes to mind immediately when sort of talking about, like, Jackass in relation to toxic masculinity. And I remember the one where Ryan Dunn put a car in a condom up his arse, and he was like, you know, he went to the doctor. It was fucking that one was fucking funny as fuck, right? I loved that one so much. You know what I mean? Because it was like, let's see what happens when this doctor is presented with a gay. You know what I mean? And gays do weird shit. They put cars up their arse and stuff. You know what I mean? So I thought that was fucking well funny. And even as a queer man, I'm like, was that homophobic? And I'm like, actually, no. You know? According to Steve-O, they were all fucking each other all the time. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, it did feel very queer. Do you know what I mean? I feel like a lot of them were like bisexual and shit like that. So yeah, there you go. And it was very homoerotic anyway, in general. Just sort of like, even if they were all straight, like it's very homoerotic. Hey, Sorka. I don't know if did I say hi to Sorka? Hello, Sorka. Anyway. So yeah, very interested sort of think about Jackass in that way.
So hegemonic masculinity within patriarchal capitalism serves to alter and limit the bounds of masculinity in such a way as to uphold that patriarchy. But one critique which is often levelled at
the doctor's like, oh, another one, yeah.
The concept of hegemonic masculinity is that it's often viewed of as a category in on of itself.
It's just that literally like what do you call it? That bit where he's got the X-ray and you can just clearly see the metallic car like inside his arse, and it's so funny. Like that bit is just so fucking funny.
Like toxic masculinity is like viewed of as hegemonic masculinity and interchangeably, rather than as the Gramscian term itself sort of suggests.
Close those DMs, Cynthia. Telling you now.
Position which can take different and conceivably revolutionary forms. Gramsci's concept of hegemony does contain the many and insidious ways in which the current order co-opts any opposition to maintain itself. It uses opposition to fuel itself in certain insidious ways. But it also makes clear the various ways in which counter-hegemonic action can overthrow the capitalist hegemony and form its own sort of communist hegemony.
True release, yeah.
Too many times. And I guess we can ask, like, does this apply to masculinity? Can we take these things and apply them to a concept like masculinity? And there's many writers who have argued, maybe not explicitly in Connell's terms, but they've argued for we need to...
Bam was extremely defensive about being called gay. I think that Bam Margera's like a Trump supporter or some shit, isn't he? Or is it something else? Is he like doing NFTs? I can't remember.
Create a new form of anti-patriarchal, anti-hegemonic masculinity. For example, Bell Hooks argues that we need to offer
men a different way of being. We must first replace the dominator model with a partnership model that sees interbeing and interdependency as the organic relationship of all living beings. In the partnership model, selfhood, whether one is female or male, is always at the core of one's identity. Patriarchal masculinity teaches males to be pathologically narcissistic, infantile and psychologically dependent for self-definition on the privileges, however relative, that they receive from being born male. Hence, many males feel that their very existence is threatened if these privileges are taken away. In a partnership model, male identity, like its female counterpart, would be centered around the notion of essential goodness that is inherently relationally oriented.
So Hooks argues that for patriarchy to be overthrown, we need to fundamentally rethink what masculinity means.
See you later, Smutty Baba Yaga.
Others still have argued about the need to transcend certain gendered divisions of labour. And I think we can see shades of what this sort of change can achieve, not yet fully fulfilled, but in some of the ways in which migrant men report the change in their perspective on gender and divisions of labour within their household. After they've engaged in feminised labour, men's narratives
end up questioning such naturalised and supposedly innate feminine qualities by pointing to the skills that they are able to gain through experience. Beyond this, however, through their involvement within the IDRL,
that's the International Division of Reproductive Labour,
Migrant men also gain greater awareness of the care needs within their own houses and families, and may renegotiate their relationship to unpaid care work through performing emotional labour in the workplace.
So we can see here that there's some overcoming of the domination of masculinity, but it's certainly not enough. And I would argue, following from the social reproduction theorist's point, that production and reproduction are inherently connected, and that we need the abolition of the entire system, of the entire mode of production, and any sort of systems of value and normative judgment which are associated with that capitalist and patriarchal mode. The complete abolition of the state of things.
It's true, that's the future we want.
And imply that
homies kissing homies.
Once we create socialism, then we'll fix masculinity and it'll just happen automatically. That's not what I'm saying. One of the benefits of Gramsci's...
Okay, Cynthia, as long as you're cool with it.
It maintains the importance of human agency in actively working to overcome capitalist relations. We can't just like...
That's right, on the lips,
assume
divided.
That crude as seizing the means of production.
The batty lips.
Automatically overcome patriarchal masculinity on its own. And there are many, many examples that you can point to within left spaces where patriarchal masculinity is thriving.
The mouth isn't the only thing that looks like this.
Whether that's through...
Clip that. Clip that. That's a Twitter clip, that. Fucking yeah.
And assaults within left organising spaces, or just like the dominance of kinds of patriarchy.
If you want to make it a good Twitter clip as well, you could put some emotes in the chat. It was funny at the end of the day, so I should expect that anyway. But just put them in the chat. So you could do that. Ha ha ha. No, okay.
Patriarchal masculinity. A friend of mine, Kate, was talking about this.
Why do we even bother?
She's a union organizer herself, and she was talking about this thing recently, pointing to the ways that within the union movement, there's the vast bulk of reproductive labour is still undertaken by women.
Yes, this is huge. I went to my first union meeting with the tenants union, right? Yes, thank you, Survived. Well, it's a bit late now, isn't it? It's done now. Hello, Prime. Welcome in. Yeah, at the tenants union, I went to my first all members meeting. Listen, don't bother. Just don't bother now. Don't listen. It's done. The moment's gone. It's done. Sorry. Yeah, tenants union first all member meeting that I went to, and all the food and catering was literally like, it's just being done by this one woman who's like a member of staff. And so I was like, do you know what? Do you want some help? And she was like, like when I said it, she was like, oh, amazing. And ever since then, she's just dead happy to see me all the time. It's just that, isn't it? And literally, like, it was just ridiculous. She just needed help taking things down to her car, but it just made so much sense for someone else to help her, because it's like, well, there's loads of people here. Why aren't we doing this? You know what I mean? So you're absolutely right. When you go into your union meetings, when you're doing all that stuff, when you're going, and even if you go into, like, for example, an eviction resistance, you're going to be there all day, right? Take a pack of rice, take some veg if you've got it in your fridge, take a bit of whatever, like, make like a veggie, vegetables and rice, take some spices or something like that. Get a fucking bottle of water, all that. Because you're going to be there for a long time. Med kit as well, in case anyone has an accident. All this stuff. You got to think about all this stuff, chat.
Within the union movement. But also the spaces themselves are just filled to the brim with a load of masculinized forms of bravado and dominance. Stuff that I pointed to earlier. And the left also contains forms of, like, protest masculinity, whereby men without access to the sort of hegemonic form rally around alternatives, and not always good alternative forms of masculinity. And
you know what that is? You know what he's on about there? Chat? He's on about gamers. He's on about fucking gamers. 1,000%. Right? That's what he's on about. Because gamers don't fit in to the, like, hegemonic ideal of masculinity they're kind of losers. They kind of just sit at home. Do you know what I mean? I think like there's a bit of overlap with, you know, gamers and sort of feeling like that because they were probably nerds at school and probably got bullied for being nerds. Do you know what I mean? Gamers are the bane of my existence, mine too, and I am one. So imagine that. Imagine hating yourself that much. I'm just joking. I love video games. Can you hear them? Can you hear them? It's happening now. Masculinity's happening now outside. They've gone now. You probably, you know, probably missed them now. But that was that, basically. That was that. Masculinity was just happening outside the house. Masculinity is the thing that makes men, a group of men, walk past my gaff at fucking, what is it, 11 o'clock at night, going, like that's some kind of, you know, song. Like they think that that's like a song. But it's not. It's just like, I'm going to be like that form of singing. That form of singing is literally like, no, the blue fella did redeem Cynthia. Yeah, I'm just in the middle of something. Sorry. That kind of like singing, that like overly stupid sounding singing, right? That's kind of like, oh, well, I wouldn't sing as a man because that's kind of gay. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. They don't actually try and sing it like a choir or anything. Like imagine if football crowds sung football songs like a choir. That would be amazing. What is that? So basically that's like a thing that like UK people do, yeah? Oh, you mean this thing that I'm holding here, right? This thing. This is just like a self-massager thing. Don't. I've got to put on a timer for it and everything because I've been cheating so far. I've got like, you know what I mean? Anyway. Right, there we go. Hey, Lieutenant Olenko, gamer identity do be a kind of simulated ethnicity. Yeah, because they're always like, yeah, I'm oppressed for being a gamer, right? Making an effort is pretty gay, to be fair. I agree. Yeah, I agree. 2 o'clock at night, special performance. I'm so glad they do it all the time. Definitely doesn't upset and annoy me and keep me awake at night. So that's that. Right, let's crack on with the video.
To stretch that concept, I feel like this sort of protest
Hell yeah,
masculinity is something which is present in some of the revolutionary fantasies of some left-wing men. They recognise the sort of degradation and domination of male subjects under capitalist patriarchy, but instead of trying to break down that idea of domination, they seek to kind of reform it through reaffirm a kind of
But you know what's ridiculous about that, right? Sorry, I am paying attention to the video, but I'm just stuck on this fucking thing about like men and singing. Like, what is this aversion to singing? Because when I go to Pride, right, and they have like the fucking Radcliffe Gay Men's Choir on or something, I always think like this is like the least gay thing ever. I always think like as a choir as like a religious thing. And it's like, oh, well, you know, they're doing what people do in church. And I've always thought that like the male choir in church is like a bit masculine, innit? Well, you could be masculine and gay, of course, but it's like, it's not very gay. It's just very sort of like, I don't know. I guess like what we try and do as queers is steal things from people that have oppressed us, like, you know, religion and stuff like that, and bring that in, you know, bring that in to fucking, the gay community. I don't know, but it's just very like, I always thought that, you know, that kind of like male choir voice, it's literally just like, yeah, we should get the men back into sea shanties. Listen, I hate sea shanties. I fucking hate it. And you know, I'd be willing for that to happen if it meant more men would just sing. Just sing.
Masculinist dominance via notions of revolutionary violence, whether that's real or imagined, or through sort of exaggerating a kind of ideal of workers' masculinity, where like the ideal factory, the ideal working man is held up as the avatar of the revolutionary subject. And that's an image which is simultaneously mobilised in like deeply reactionary white supremacist ways and ableist ways through the valorisation of like work as the revolutionary, as the valuable act in society, and also obviously through in patriarchal ways. And this is not a critique of revolutionary violence as such. But how often do you hear about men talking about revolutionary violence without talking about revolutionary care?
Right.
How often do you hear men talk about fighting a cop but not caring for their comrade?
Okay, thank you, right? Thank you. Because this is something I've spoken about many times on stream, especially with the fact that, like, I have it as a very solid rule. We do not make jokes about, and we do not advocate for violence against anybody at all, period, right? And because of that rule, I've had to go on sort of like lengthy diatribes sometimes about why that's, you know, terrible. And when I've got mad enough in the past at people who are like repeat offenders, and I have to fucking ban people, like good members of my community who've not done anything wrong other than this, from my stream for doing it, right? I've got really mad. And I've kind of gone, you wouldn't even fucking do it anyway. Because you wouldn't. You get a lot of people on the left who are like, yeah, punch Nazis. And a lot of them wouldn't when it came down to it. A lot of them actually wouldn't. They wouldn't have the fucking guts to do it. Not just they wouldn't have the guts to do it, but also they don't understand the ramifications of actually fucking punching someone. You might kill them. And I know people might say, oh, well, Nazi lives don't matter. Yeah, but what then? You've done murder, and you live in capitalism, and you live in a state, and you're going to get put in fucking prison, dickhead. So now what? Do you know what I mean? It's like, come the fuck on, man. Like, is masculinity really that important to you that you're like, oh, just punch everyone, punch him? Do you know what I mean? It's like, this is exactly it. This is exactly it.
Revolution is live, and that means we have to embody all of it ourselves, which includes transcending masculinist fantasies of violence and practicing traditionally feminized caring and reproductive labour ourselves. Masculinity,
oh, it's done.
Like gender itself, is a really difficult topic to uncover, and this is just a really small introduction to that massive topic. Here we've seen how if gender is reconstructed and reproduced via repeated performances, divisions of reproductive and productive labour
yeah,
are
that's right. Posturing
of
sucks.
These repeated performances. We've also seen how it's difficult to speak of just like one form of masculinity, but instead a regime of several masculinities which exist in relation to one another, with a hegemonic form influencing and being influenced by subaltern ones, all while working to maintain capitalist patriarchy. A key feature, in my view, of this hegemonic masculinity is domination.
I was watching Famous Horse's stream last night and thinking about stuff like that, because he was talking about that one Boogaloo thing. I had never heard of this, by the way. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. Is that apparently Boogaloo boys were like sending, when Boogaloo boys was a thing, they were like sending each other pictures, right, of them pointing guns at their cock and balls, and like with like a picture of the Constitution in the background. It's nuts. It's mental. I've never even heard anything about it, right? Do you know what I mean? And then, so anyway, right, it's just cis things, isn't it? And you know, Famous Horse said something really, yeah, the cock and balls, not just at the cock, like at the whole package. Do you know what I mean? We didn't see any pictures, obviously, but I think a lot of these people were flaccid when doing it. Yes, you heard, and one of them obviously like shot himself in the balls because it was bound to happen. Because they all had like the fingers on the trigger like that, and they don't understand that the reason you don't have the finger on the trigger like that is because, yes, that's right, Shafiq, yeah, right. The reason you don't have your finger on the trigger like that, new bottom surgery just dropped. I knew someone would say it, right? Reason that you don't do that, yeah, is because you don't know how sensitive a trigger might be, and it could just literally go bang, and like fucking before you know it, you're shot. There might be a bullet in the chamber or something. It's ridiculous, right? So anyway, A famous horse said this: "You do not understand that you have in your hand a tool that can kill you." Right? You don't understand that actually could kill you. It's not a toy. It's not a whatever. It's not like a screwdriver. Like, people call guns a tool, and I think that's really ridiculous to sort of like reduce them to that, because they're not just a tool. They're a tool that could kill you instantly. Like a saw, where you like saw your arm and you go, ah, and go to the hospital and get it sorted, right? It's not like that. It's not like a fucking bandsaw where you like, you know, cut your finger off by accident and you go, ah, and you go to the hospital and sort it out. It's like you shoot yourself and you bleed out, because because guns are designed to kill people. Like, that's what they do. You know, I know people are like, oh, it's just a tool, but the job is killing. But like, no, we shouldn't be putting them like that. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Glock and ball torture. That's fucking good. Anyway, like, a car is a tool that could kill you. A gun is a weapon, a thing made to kill. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? Like, any tool is a tool that could kill you. But, you know. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. So anyway, you know, I was thinking about that, and then, you know, that relates exactly to a fist. A fist can't kill you. But I think what people forget is that this is basically like a mace made out of, like, you know, bones are not like the strongest stuff going, right? But they're pretty strong in relation to like a lot of stuff. Like, you've seen a lot of people who could just like punch through things. Do you know what I mean? You could punch through plaster, you could punch through wood, you could punch through like cement in some cases if you're strong enough and you're conditioned enough, right? So it's like, it's pretty hard. You know what I mean? So if you go around and just like punch people, you might kill someone, and it's happened. Punch someone, and it's not just like you're gonna punch them and they instantly die. It's like you might punch them and they'll just land funny because they'll get knocked out. You know? Right, meat mace. That's what it is. It's a meat mace. We got to kind of understand more like that humans are made of meat and bones, and those things have different ranges of flexibility and fragility. Absolutely. Yeah, connected to shoulder. Like, that's the thing. And it's not just your fist. It's this whole thing, right? If you've got someone who you're comfortable with, like, touching your body and stuff like that, yeah, just let your arm go like that. Let your arm go dead and say, lift up my arm, and ask them to guess how much it weighs, because you'd be surprised. You know? You'd be surprised how much someone's arm is raised. If you go up to like a sleeping person and lift their arm up like that, that is heavy as fuck. It's like fucking 6 kilos or something. Maybe even more. It's ridiculous. You know.
It's a thing which I think repeatedly comes up. And this domination
legs. Don't even get me started on legs. They're massive.
I think rooted in the
even your head
of productive labour, domination over women and over other subaltern.
That's right, Elise. Yeah.
And the failure of performing such domination creates feelings of frustration and shame in men, and leads them to engage in damaging, violent behaviours to overcome such feelings. But the concept of a hegemonic masculinity doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. As a structural category and not like a form of masculinity.
We've all got big heads.
We can find
not
ways
big, heavy.
to create new hegemony, not rooted in domination, but in care. But
right, Cynthia.
I want to end on a provocation, because I don't know if I'm fully satisfied with the notion that we can create a new anti-patriarchal masculinity. I worry that in focusing on creating a new masculinity, we might ultimately end up reaffirming a sort of gender essentialism rooted in a gender binary of masculinity and femininity. Because ultimately, like, what is masculinity?
Right.
I still don't know. I still don't know what it is. We've like identified a hegemonic masculinity and other subaltern masculinities, but what connects them?
Right.
Post-structuralists often like to sort of disaggregate masculinities into different categories and often argue that this eschews any overarching logic, but does it? Like, because they're still labeling them masculinities, they're still calling them subaltern masculinities. So what makes them masculinities? What's the connective tissue there? There must be some like connective tissue, some logic to this. And the one that jumps out is an association with some like biologically reductionist notion of maleness. And frankly, that's not good enough for me. I don't think replacing a domineering masculinity with a caring one will sufficiently disrupt ideas of gender which are rooted in a biological essentialism and upon which our patriarchy rests. I think we need to do more. It's
our historical task, and only ours, feminists, to define what we call oppression in materialist terms, to make it evident that women are a class, which is to say that the category woman, as well as the category man, are political and economic categories, not eternal ones. Our fight aims to suppress men as a class, not through genocidal, but a political struggle. Once the class men disappears, women as a class will disappear as well. For there are no slaves without masters.
Yeah, pretty good.
So
I like that.
This, after you sitting here for an hour, absorbing dense theory and listening to meandering argumentation, the conclusion that I've reached is men are trash, get rid.
Alright, well.
Yeah, that's it.
Here we are at the end of the video. I hope this video does well because it took a lot of work, a lot of reading.
Well,
and frankly, I fucking need it.
That's that, gang. You heard what he's saying in the outro. You know we always skip out the fucking outro in this channel. But there is John's video. Please, please, please like, subscribe, comment, all that stuff. Watch the video again with a friend, all that stuff. Need to watch that again, to be honest. It's been a very, 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 very distracted stream. So absolutely, listen, that's the main reason. Listen, this is why I'm the best streamer, right? Talking about dominating things and needing to be the best at stuff. This is why I'm the best streamer and Famous Horse is rubbish, right? Because I get distracted from the video so much, we don't actually watch it and we're not actually able to sort it out. We're not actually able to figure out what is being watched at all. And so everybody has to go and watch the video again in order to understand it, which is perfect for YouTubers, and it's perfect for me, and it's perfect for you. Many people are saying, many people. That's right, Husker. Fucking hell. I mean, I agree with John's point at the end there. I think that what we need to do is, like he says, not try and invent a new type of masculinity or anything like that, because I think that type already exists, right? It already exists, and it shouldn't, like, there's no, like, replacing it isn't going to, like, do anything to sort of, like, end sexism and misogyny and, you know, all the awful things that come with masculinity. I think that what we just need to do is when we speak to men, cis-het men, or just even cis men, I think that what we need to do is basically try and empathize with their position. They're unaware that they're having the wool pulled over their eyes, right? Obviously, there are some behaviors that you can't excuse, but sometimes when men, you know, don't understand masculinity and they don't understand the toxic nature of it and stuff like that, that's not their fault. In fact, I'd argue in every case it's not their fault, because this is just something that has happened somewhere down the line and men have gone, great, we should keep doing this because this is great for us, right? So, right, the type of masculinity we have is artificial. It's possible to go one step back, right? Exactly. Yeah. You know? I know it's a bit weird to watch now she came out, but I think Abby Thorne's old videos on masculinity are still pretty good and have good thoughts on the topic. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Like ABC is similar to BCD and so on, but ABC has nothing in common with ADF, but they're still in the same group. I think that's how you get all these different things grouped as masculinity. Right, exactly. Well, trans people, you know, have a unique understanding of gender, don't they? So it's absolutely understandable, and I think, like, fine for trans people to make, you know, videos on, you know, either gender or like however many genders they've been. basically. No, we don't, fam. Wait, sorry, what? No, we don't, what? We're also learning. I get what you're saying. I wasn't saying that, like, every trans person is going to be the expert on gender, innit? I said, you know what I mean? Trans people are going to have a unique understanding of it, right? Do you know what I mean? Rather than, like, a cis guy like me, I only really get masculinity in it. You know what I mean? So anyway, with all that in mind, Almost Elite says, I'm the expert. Right, there you go. I knew there was one here, right, at least. So anyway, right. We will eventually get to, like, you know, a certain conclusion of the stream that makes sense. I promise. It will happen. I don't take suggestions on who to raid. I don't do anything like that. Listen, I've mentioned it before. Don't suggest or recommend anything to me, ever, because I will simply not do it. It becomes a task. I hate tasks. I become immediately averse to doing whatever it is that you've just told me. So there you go. Of the genders we've lived as, I think the conversation earlier we've been over why we don't always have the perspective on being that gender. Right, yeah. We spoke about this before. What is happening? Why has this happened? I want to go to my fucking creator dashboard. Oh my god. That was weird. As a cis person that has questioned gender and seriously thought about shit like that is already so much more knowledgeable and easy to talk to on the topic of people who just never think about being cis. Right, for sure. Absolutely. Only recommend things we want you to never do. No, because I'll easily... Oh, you're joking anyway. Okay, yeah. Sometimes tone indicators don't work for people with ADHD. Because I see it there. I see it. And I'm like, no, I'm going to take that seriously. Fuck off. I don't like look at it properly. Do you know what I mean? Anyway. Thank you so much for being here, chat. It's been a fun time. We are gonna raid somebody now. Who it is, I don't know, because I've got so many people to raid. Listen, that's another problem with recommending people for me to raid. Because I've got so many fucking people in my, you know, watch list and shit like that, that it's like, oh my god. I've been on Twitch for 6 years, gang. I've been on Twitch for 6 fucking years. It's absolutely full. My follow list is absolutely full of multiple people, right? For ADHD, we should put the tone indicator at the front. No. Keep doing them. I don't really know how to resolve this. This has been really interesting tonight. Good. I'm glad that people enjoyed it. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Thank you so much for everybody for subscribing, donating, just being here in general, giving bits and stuff like that. We got some bits at the start of the stream. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. This is an amazing first stream. You've been here the whole time, and this was the first stream you've ever been to, innit? That's pretty cool, Almost Elise. I love that. Right, listen. We're going to raid Thay in Twilight. Not raided Thay, I don't think, ever. So we're going to go and raid her. She's a lovely person. She's been in our chat. She's in our community. She's in our Discord. You'll love her. Promise you. At the moment, she is talking about PPE during COVID, negligence, trying accountability, just chatting. Kind of like what I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? You got the raid message. Brilliant, Subided. That's fucking phenomenal. Right, if you've not got the raid message, don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll be able to get that sorted somehow. But here's a link to Thay's stream. If you've not got the raid message, that's where we're going. Copy and paste that in the browser and join us with the raid message itself as well. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. We're doing another stream tomorrow. It's going to be a more lighthearted stream tomorrow. We're going to be watching nonsense React content. I know that we've not looked at very many weird little guys in a long time, but we're probably going to be doing a little bit of that tomorrow. So look forward to that. Same mule time, same mule place. And take it easy. Stay excellent to each other. Peace, 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 peace. Oh, check out the socials as well. I'm going to put the socials in the chat in a minute. Bye, 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 bye.
Have much of a